Hello, welcome to round three of the UzChess Cup, where everything can change in one move. One perfect score at the top, but we're only two rounds deep. I'm International Master Ivan Gahauska, and I am with the fabulous duo of International Master Tanya Sajdev and FIDE Master Shaksot Vahidov. And guys, yesterday we had 5 decisive games in the Masters. Who'd have thought it?
It's fantastic. Everything that we've been treated to in the first 2 days here, 5 decisive games yesterday, 3 the day before. Draws are a thing of a past at UzChess. And the defining stat for me has been that all 8 games that ended decisively, every single one of them won by white. Black has yet to score at UzChess.
And the Masters are unbelievable scenes and such combative chess in different ways as well. So, Shaksot, can I ask you, what are your impressions of the event so far?
I mean, it's been going amazing, but as you pointed out, White's dominance, if you remember, we from the first round, we tried to predict how things are going, And in the first round, we had 3 decisive results, with all of them with White's victory. And in the second round, we pointed out there is a White's dominance that's about to happen. And look at that. In the second round, what just happens? There are no draws at all.
Yeah.
Only victories, and only victories by White.
Yes.
So if you put the percentage-wise, it is like, 70%? White is winning, 30%, we have a draw. There are no black results.
Then here's my prediction for today. I think that storyline changes, and that is because of this guy on our screen right now. The defining story of UzChess 2026 has been Mukhidin Madaminov, and he starts with the black pieces today. He's on 100%, and what a story this has been, right? Last-minute replacement to Vachier-Lagrave takes that spot. Currently, the lowest rated, the lowest seed, one of the lowest seeds of the tournament, Yavanka, and he is with 100% score, the only player with 2 out of 2.
Exactly, and the youngest player to boot. 2 points for Mukhidin Madaminov, also Nodirbek Abdusatorov, Arjun Erigaisi second place with 1.5 days, but still very early days. So let's take a look at today's pairings and Shaksot. And Tanya, I'm going to throw it to you. Which one of these pairings excite you the most?
So, as you can see, there is a battle between Uzbekistan players. That's between Vachier-Lagrave Shamsuddin and Madaminov Mukhidin. Although by age they are like 4 years different, but they faced off in Uzbekistan national championships quite much. And I expect it to be one of the kind of decisive games,
Wow, that's some national rivalry story. Vachier-Lagrave Madaminov is definitely the game to watch. Can the runaway leader be stopped today in round 3, getting his first black at the event? I think the other one that I've got my eyes on are the 2 top seeds of the tournament, Arjun Erigaisi and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. They're playing with the black pieces, and playing against a struggling Vidit is Nodirbek. For Vidit, at the bottom of the pit currently, looking to score, he's trying to turn his fortunes around, but Nodirbek isn't going to let that go easy. I think he senses that Vidit is out of form and will try to get his second win here at UzChess.
Absolutely. And I've also got my eyes on whether Jan Nepomniachtchi, he began with a loss, but yesterday he won a convincing game, plays against Nicholas Theodoru. This is the event where the players come fully armed to fight. And we're going to begin with our marquee matchup, Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave against Mukhidin Madaminov. Now, earlier on, you mentioned that there was rivalry between them, Shaksot. Are they fighting for that spot on the national team?
I'd say they are both of them already in the team, with Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave being the last board and Madaminov Mukhidin acting as an additional 5th player in the team. So you already know Madaminov is the second of Sindar Javohir, and they are great friends with each other, And considering he's been training with Sindarov for quite a long time, being friends with, in the style of the game, they're a match as well.
Yeah.
So both of them are dynamic, both of them are aggressive players, and from the results, it seems this tournament will be promising for him.
Well, he started with a bang. 2 points out of 2. First up, defeating Jan Nepomniachtchi with a white piece. Yesterday, he took down Nicholas Theodoru with some stunning piece of opening preparation. Now he has the black pieces against Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave. And yesterday, Vachier-Lagrave was on the receiving end of what is quite frankly a heartbreaker. A very long endgame against Hans Niemann. He missed a draw instantly. And, then he just lost the game. And how do you come back from a game like that?
That's going to be the big question for Shamsuddin right now. He's also playing against a very informed Mukadin, who's obviously, sensing that this could potentially be the tournament of my life. For Shamsuddin, what happened yesterday, playing a brilliantly defensive game there, holding it on till the very end, and queen to f7. I think you can make pictures out of it. You can make posters out of it. Maybe a t-shirt, throw that in for UzChess as well. That moment, a one mover, which would have sealed the deal there. That's got to be heartbreaking for Vachier-Lagrave. It would have been picture perfect had he spotted that move. And it just fell Shahzad. Missing that, Vachier-Lagrave completely lost the thread of the game and collapsed pretty much instantly afterwards.
I would agree with you on that point. He lost that psychologically, once he made queen f6 and continuing. But of course, they're playing for more than 5 hours, I guess. Almost to the 6 hour, Although, let's say you're not at the same energy at that moment, you're not at the same level. We know that queen f7 move is not necessarily very high level move,
Yes.
It is possible for you to see like almost instantly. Yeah. We were checking with Rachel and Prado yesterday, and they took a minute and they were like, oh, it's embarrassing to take a minute, but I'm saying, even 2600. It's not easy to spot at that moment.
Exactly. It's only easy if you spot them. But it's a new day, a new start, a big reset for our players. And we are seeing that is an e4, e5. It's a Lopez on our screens. Let's kind of break down exactly what is going down. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Berlin defense, especially as Shakhstad has been educating us on the Uzbek style of chess, which is very dynamic, very committal.
I would be surprised to see that on the board. I think all the players, the younger, the golden generation of Uzbekistan, they're always looking for the fight. So no Berlin, in fact, hinting at a potential marshal currently as we do an action replay. This last move by Shamsuddin, moving the pawn forward. It keeps it flexible on the left flank, not committing with the move c3. Maybe the knight might jump there. That could be one of the ideas. So not showing the cards instantly, defends that pawn on e4, this last move, and keep things open. The bishop might come out next, and not really implying whether the c-pawn will move forward or will it be the knight jump next. And we see no marshal here on the board. The bishop was pushed back, and Mukadin gets ready to develop his own bishop. And I'll once again point out that Mamedyarov is the lowest rated player. He is the lowest seed in the tournament. And one thing UzChess has shown is zero regard for seedings. In the very first round, the top two seeds go down. We had a Jan Nepomniachtchi loss. We had a Vidit loss. This has been a tournament of upsets so far. And one player who's been doing it to perfection is Mamedyarov.
Yes. And doing it in style as well, as he faces off against this particular variation of the Lopez. We have a3 on our screens. So this one, I always describe these positions as tense. The action is going to happen a few moves later down the line, where we're going to be seeing white either maneuvering for c3, d4, or for some other piece maneuvers, knight d2, knight f1, knight to g3 might be indication. Oh, knight c3 appears. There's basically, you can make any move and every move. Knight a5, bishop is going to be preserved. That is a guarantee. Bishop a2. And this one, tense for the time being. Let's kind of check in on our other games and move away. And you mentioned Mamedyarov against Arjun Erigaisi, number 9 in the world, Arjun. And it's great to see Arjun playing an event. He's got such a dynamic style. And I gotta say, yesterday he took risks, but they paid off big time.
That's taking risks is just second nature to Arjun. I do not remember the last game that Arjun Erigaisi played where there wasn't chaos on the board. And he drew his first round here at UzChess, scores a win yesterday, is definitely in the mix. And Shahzad, to my eyes, this clash, what makes it super exciting and super interesting is that both these players have a very combative, aggressive style of play. They both want to come at each other. And it's going to be about who makes that headway first. What we have on the board looks like it started with the queen's pawn opening, and perhaps you can backtrack and take us through it from the start.
Well, let's have a look how the game unfolded. So Shahriar went for d4, and we have seen d5, knight f3, knight f6, and c4. So e6, we are about to see that queen's gambit. So knight c3, bishop e7, bishop f4. So Shahriar chose the bishop f4 line, castle, e3, and c5. This system is more looking like a Tarrasch as of this moment, after d takes c5, knight c6. Black is about to accept having that isolated pawn on d5. And yeah, in the long term, of course, it looks like a weakness, as we call isolated pawns are weak. But considering there are all pieces on the board, it acts as a outpost for the other pieces to attack for Arjun and Gaisi as well. So that isolated pawn would have double-edged both advantage and disadvantages.
Yeah, definitely a combative style, going immediately for the confrontation there with c5. And I completely agree. Arjun is saying, hey, I'm very happy to accept that isolated queen's pawn in the middle of the board. The main move in this particular position is to take on d5. And that's maybe what we're going to be seeing. Other moves are to go a3 and queen c2. But I suspect c takes d5 is going to be on the menu today. And after e takes d5, then the game will kind of continue with bishop e2.
Or bishop d3.
Yeah.
Bishop d3 is very creative, I think,
Yes. I know I normally put my bishop on e2 in these type of structures because I want to put the bishop on f3 one day. And I feel the bishop on d3 gets in the way of that. And also, one of Black's ideas in this type of positions is to go d5, d4. And bishop e2 fits in and stopping this pawn advance. Whereas bishop to d3, it's creative, it's active. We'll see whether it happens.
Yeah, turns out there is a game between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, which unfolded. Yeah.
Do you know, I'm just checking the database and I'm seeing there is a very early game. Who knows their chess history? I would never, by the way, I'm just going to call myself out. I don't think I would have recognized this. It's from 1972.
Oh, then I know which one it has to be. If you say 1972, it can only be Spassky Fischer.
Yes, exactly. I gave the game away, but I didn't immediately recognize
Is it from the match?
It is from the match,
Wow.
yes.
Wow.
What happened?
It was a draw.
You can't leave us hanging there. But how did it continue? And who was playing with the white pieces? It must have...
Bobby Fischer was white, and it actually came from an English. So yeah, he went bishop e2, and after bishop takes c5, castles, bishop e6, rook c1. So very natural play. Rook c8, a3, h6. That's just how it kind of continued.
Oh yeah, now this one rings a bell. It was from the match, and I think it was a pretty longish game, and went into an endgame, if I'm not wrong. At the end of it,
it was a rook and pawn endgame.
Yes, it was a rook and pawn endgame.
Yeah,
and ended in a draw. This one. All right, I'm not expecting the fight between these two players to end in a draw or to go down this path where we'll have a rook pawn ending. Let's bring up our live board as we are right now in this battle between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Arjun Aragaisi. I will point out, though, that Shakhriyar hasn't yet made his decision. He hasn't immediately rushed with pawn takes pawn, which means that he's looking at perhaps other options for the white pieces. Currently, right now, instead of trading, you could also look at very dynamic options if you're white, and we know Shak's brand of chess. There are other plans. You could go a3, stop that knight from jumping forward, put your queen on c2, and you're eyeing the king getting to safety with long castle next.
Oh, long castle even. Wow.
Would love to see it happen. It's a commentator's dream, Shahzad.
Wow. I thought you were kind of doing the typical queen c2 and rook d1 plan, in a more instant Nimzo style,
But the original plan, well, not the original plan, but in the 80s, they kind of hatched up this whole queenside castling plan.
We do have queen c2 on the board.
Queen c2 played.
Yeah.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he doesn't know simplification. He's not allowing any pawn takes pawn, which would have even given Arjun the option to simplify by capturing with the knight in that position. He just says, I want to fight today. Again, knowing Shakhriyar, I'm not ruling out long castle just yet, guys.
Well, I think we're going to be in for a treat. Either way, something will be done. Queen a5 is the move that I'm expecting, and a3 perhaps next, but who knows? We could be seeing queenside castling. I would be delighted. And we see Arjun taking a sip of water. I like how Arjun is always so calm. It always feels like he's a boss player.
And regardless of what's going on the board could be on fire, but this is the Arjun Aragaisi, the picture of calmness throughout it all. Speaking of picture of calmness, one player who's been bringing on the fire on the board is Jan Nepomniachtchi, and that's where I want to go next. He suffered a first-round loss, made a big comeback yesterday, getting his first win of the tournament against Vidit Gujarati, and what a stylish win that was, an absolute tactical scramble, and only one player at the top of it. Today he takes on Nicolas Theodoru, who did lose his game yesterday to Mamedyarov. And we have a very interesting opening battle here. Yavanka, Shamzad, the F pawn already doubled. There's an open E line. Yes, you've got a bad pawn structure, but what that guarantees white is a total control on the E5 square.
I completely agree with you. Knight to E5, that is going to be the pride and joy of white's position. And the big question, though, is bishop to G4? Yes, it has appeared on the board. The question is now, in my opinion, is white going to be jumping in right now?
Well, right now, Jan Nepomniachtchi's just jumped out of his chair. For Nicholas, he's on the call currently. Only two options, right? Either you move the knight. If you're moving it, you get to the center of the board, or you defend it with your bishop, either via E2 or G2.
E2, okay. We do have bishop E2 on the board.
Oh, he goes for it. Bishop
okay.
to E2
Just
play.
protecting.
But
Ooh,
now,
we've got to show this.
go on.
If you go short castle here, there's a massive trap in the position, Yavanka.
Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
Short castle
White
for
or-
black.
Oh, black.
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 If
Oh,
Black
man.
plays,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
see
yeah,
it.
yeah,
You
yeah.
see it. Everyone sees it. Short castle, and let's just have that on the board. Don't walk into this one if you're watching. Suddenly the knight jumps forward. 8-7, checkmate in one, or you lose the bishop in G4. Happy days for Nicholas.
You have kind of temporary protection,
Temporary. You're just delaying the
Just
inevitable
delaying.
because bishop takes bishop.
Yep.
Beautiful. I did not spot that. When you say castles, I was like, what's the problem?
Did
with
you not do
castles?
your puzzle rush today morning, Yovi?
I actually didn't. No, normally I am doing some puzzles, but I prefer to do the 1 minute. I don't know what it is with me and 1 minute chess. I don't even play it properly on your laptop or your with a mouse. I play it on the phone and I get flagged left, right, and center, and it goes whoop.
The worst thing you can do to yourself is play bullet on your phone.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. Like
You
what
guys
am I
even do
doing?
that? Playing bullet on your phone?
Why? Yes. It's just a matter of convenience. It's there and it doesn't
Convenience,
take
wow.
too much time. Okay, so that's going to be a big threat for white. So you can't just casually castle. But what you can do, though, is say, because that knight is headed to E5,
Mm-hmm.
take it off.
Take it off. Exactly.
Mm.
Neutralize it. Yeah.
But that just means that now we have this opposite color complex.
Mhm.
And I want to point out that now that pawn formation that Nicholas has, while superficially it looks like it's disconnected and weak, it actually really restricts Jan Nepomniachtchi's dark squared bishop. It's going to be difficult to find targets for that bishop. On the other side, Nicholas's bishop can reroute itself, battery it up with the queen on the other side, and has a lot of play. I personally like the lead in development. By the way, the trade has happened. Jan Nepomniachtchi going for this line. I'm expecting shot castle next. The rook's coming to the center of the board. Just looks like a slight pleasant position for white to play Yavanka when
white?
B4,
Oh, I
B5,
see.
minority attack eventually coming on in the middle game.
Yes, yeah. But although I would disagree with you a little bit, because d4 pawn does look a weakness for me, where Jan can plan with queen f6, bishop c7, bishop b6, knight a6, knight e7, knight e6,
You're going for it.
capitalizing, yes, going after that pawn with
Yes.
all power, whereas
Tricky,
the
tricky.
protection is not enough.
I
Yeah.
understand there is an issue. However,
I know where Yovi's going with this.
No, although there is dynamic h5, h4 ideas as well. If you go short castle,
Really?
that's a possibility. Why not?
Wow. That didn't even. I'm from the English school of chess where I constantly look for the h5, h4, but I didn't think of h5, h4 right here, right now. But you're right. The long term benefits.
No, 1 second. Yovi,
Yeah.
Jan has taken the decision to go short castle. So no more
Uh-huh.
h5, h4 plans.
Oh, yes, I see.
Short castle on the board.
So he's going to go after d4, I think.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that plan makes a lot of sense. And for white, I do believe you want to get b4, b5 as a counterplay in. It's
Yeah.
the thematic idea against the Carlsbad. But first, Yovi, you were talking about being from the English school of chess.
Yeah, I was just at h4.
Nicholas, will he go h4 here?
Yes. I mean, one thing I wanted to point out is that you don't need to automatically castle in this type of positions.
No.
You can go king f1, king g2. King is a happy camper. But and the way that I would fight against this attack on d4 is I would start taking away squares from the knight on b8. So when it tries to land on e6, I'm not going to let it happen. I would go f5.
Yes, and that looks like a beautiful move because you take away squares and you're also at some point threatening f6 or h6. I really like the idea of actually planting your king on f1 instead of going castling either ways and just ramming up the h pawn.
Yeah, me too. That's
So are we advocating for King F1 right
Yes,
here, right
yeah,
now?
yeah,
What is the
seemingly.
best move in this position for White? Do we have games in this?
Well,
All right, let's check. Oh, so
Fresh position.
fresh
Fresh
position.
position, nothing on my database. So already something new on the board. In fact, it was the move Bishop E2, which hasn't been played before. Everyone before Yan went knight E5 in this position. So
Okay.
Bishop E2, by Nicholas even, and we are in fresh territory.
and guess what? And we see Nicholas also be exceptionally well prepared in this type of position. And King F1 has made an appearance.
Oh,
Let's go.
And I was gonna say our instincts are spot on because okay, for now I'm just checking the engine. I'm seeing that H4 has to be played for the score.
I love it. And you say H4, you've got to say H5, right? And go all alpha 0 on it. And then the H pawn and the F pawn can really combine for an attack on the king side. So, Yobi, what you're advocating for is that Nicholas doesn't even need to move the rook from H1 to develop it.
No,
It's going to do a fantastic job from its starting position, just ramming up the board with the H
exactly. I mean, I completely agreed because of the concerns that Shaxtot had about the D pawn. That White has to, in order to balance the scales, has to create some activity somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because if you just play passively, then this whole idea of targeting the D pawn comes into operation. The queen comes to F6, knight A6, knight comes to E7, as E6, and the bishop can also reroute. And it's like, oh, problem central. But as it stands, we are looking at a fight, and that's all we can ask for. Can we move on? Because H4 has made an appearance somewhere else, and that's in the game between Nodirbek Yakuboev against Hans Niemann. Hans yesterday grinding out a win against Shamsuddin Vokhidov in a queen and pawn endgame. Now he's got the black pieces. H2, H4. Let's rewind because it is a Catalan on our screens.
All right. So the opening started with d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, and yes, at this moment, Nodirbek Yakuboev went for fianchettoing his bishop with pawn g3, and we do have the bishop b4 check variation. So bishop d2, bishop e7.
I just want to pause here for a moment because it almost feels like those who are new to Catalan might question that 1 second, I've just given you a check and allowed white to develop free of cost here and then retreated. Isn't black losing a tempo? But in the Catalan, black makes an argument that that bishop on d2 is misplaced. Where you want that bishop is on the long diagonal. And the way to get it would be to then plant it on c3 in certain positions or to f4 for that other side, and white is the one who actually ends up losing a tempo or a move. So allowing bishop d2 is not really a gain of tempo, but in fact asks question to that dark squared bishop eventually, where do you want to go? So long term, it works out well for black, this little bishop dance.
Exactly. And just to kind of also point out, just to add to Tanya's point, is that in the ideal Catalan setup, the bishop actually wants to be on b2.
Yes. So you either go c3 or bishop on f4 eventually.
Exactly. It wants to be, and then people would be like, why? Why are you putting your bishop behind a pawn? And the whole idea is actually it's going to be supporting a knight jump into e5. c4 is also supported by a b pawn. And you can just get on with the plan of breaking out with e2, e4, because that is basically the ultimate plan in the Catalan. And everything is going to be looking very, very nice. But
I will add one more point to that.
Yep, go for it.
If you try to get that bishop via c3, it's still slightly misplaced because very often you want your knight there. It's also vulnerable to knight to e4 jumping in. So interestingly enough, the bishop on d2 is not where you want it in the Catalan, and black has just provoked that. Yogi, you said that it not only clamps down on the e5 square, for Hans, for the Catalan player, it's super important to get c5 break in the middle game. So if you have your bishop on that long diagonal, it's perfectly placed when black gets that c5 break in.
Exactly. Everything opens up and the bishop says, thank you very much. Job achieved.
Yes.
So that is like our quick recap of why bishop to b4 is thrown in the Catalan. And bishop to e7 was played. Bishop to d6 is also a trendy retreat, but okay, there's many ways to answer that one. But bishop to e7 chosen. And now we're in the mainstream. And what's really interesting is that Hans did not go for taking on c4. Instead, he goes for the closed setup.
And it looks like an early gambit, but that pawn can eventually be picked up. You could even do it immediately if black was ever to take on c4. Yes, you win a pawn, but white has ways of winning it back. You could either give a check on a4, win it back, or even do that later by going queen c2, a4 ideas. That pawn does not survive for long. Instead, Hans Niemann says, I want control of the center, at least for now.
All right, yes. So Hans Riemann decided to just go with the castle, not capturing the pawn soon or anything like that. Where Nodirbek Yakuboyev responded with just our stable castle move. He could have started with queen c2 as well. So, which we see instantly once knight bd7 is on the board. So the plan for him is, yes, making that e4 to happen.
Also, Shahzad, I think an important point to make here is that the knight on d7, now that it's arrived there, it's sort of ready to capture on c4 and save that pawn either with knight b6 or strike with c5. So an important moment to get queen c2 in right now. And he timed it really well, and it continued with c6. So Hans Niemann's approach is to get the triangle on the board and keep everything super solid.
Yes, that's a typical structure, which you do with black. At that bishop b4 move, and back also makes the queen move away, you know, from the active square, from d1, from the d file. So obviously, Nodirbek Yakuboyev went for queen c2. Another, I would put it typical, you know, typical line. So we do see bishop f4. Immediate knight c3, of course, faces off d takes c4, where this pawn can be picked up, and now the knight cut off the queen from capturing it back. Although there are some games that can follow with e4, pawn b5, e5, knight d5, knight e4. But eventually, the ideal thing would be for white just accepting, you know, you lost the pawn and make that b3 move, rook f1, and play with the compensation.
Yeah, that's a true gamble. As soon as a knight appears on c3 in the Catalan as black, you are more or less obliged to accept taking that pawn, because otherwise white gets exactly what they want to be getting. And you go for a position like this, and as Shaxot's mentioned, it is a true gamble. And not everyone wants to gambit a pawn. So that's why Hans decided to develop the bishop out to f4.
Yes, Nodirbek decides goes for bishop f4, where Hans responds with pawn a5. Another stable system, you know, rook d1, pawn h6, and we see here pawn h4. That's an interesting one. He wants to remain there, but I'm not sure how much of a g5 is a threat, you know, for the bishop. It's very unlikely.
Yeah, it's just to secure the placing of the bishop, and that's all the whole point of it is that you make sure that there's no g5 in the air, so you can even go e3 at the right point.
Yes, but it will
see.
leave behind some squares, right? Every pawn move has its own set of consequences, and this last h4 has actually left the g4 behind for the black knight to jump in an opportune moment, and then to follow it up with a potential f5 push, the other knight coming to f6, landing on e4, and then you're making a case for some ideas on the king side, keeping the option of g5 alive. This is the one problem that I've always had playing the Catalan with the white pieces and committing to h4.
Wow.
It's a double-edged sword, and Yakuboyev will show us the path, but I'm always afraid of the black knight jumps, the consolidation of the light squares with f5 and the other knight joining the party.
Exactly. Well, that's also one of the reasons why it's like small moves have a big impact in the Catalan. So if a knight jumps to g4, there's consequences, like no more control over e4. So that's your moment to go e4, strike. Because otherwise Tanya is indicating f5 will come, and then g5 will come, and then it's going to be problems on the king side.
Here is one thing. There is an idea, pawn e3 is mentioned, but how much white is comfortable with that idea, you know? Black playing knight h5 and knight f4. We are seeing almost a similar structure in the game of Nicholas Theodorou versus Jan. Yeah.
Where you'll have a doubled f pawn potentially, and maybe a d4 weakness. I think, Shahzad, we will see how this one progresses. h4, and right now Hans Niemann has been on the think for quite a while trying to figure out his way forward. So a bit taken by surprise with Yakuboyev's choice. Yovi, should we continue our tour around UzChess?
Can I just mention one quick point about why we're going h4, because I feel it's quite important. That if you go knight to h5, this is where white hands. The whole point of h4 is that you are going e3.
E3.
Yes. Because I remember seeing, because I played this type of positions on the black side,
Uh-huh.
because I never had the guts. I was like, I tried to understand the Catalan, I tried to play it, it did not work for me. Not because of these positions, but because of the other alternatives. And this is the big idea that the bishop is safe. That's all I wanted to say. The bishop is safe on f4.
Yes.
You don't need to be worrying about any g5 strikes.
Also, the position's closed, right? So how much of a factor is the bishop pair with the black bishop on c8 still stuck behind his pawn chain? I really like the concept with black to go knight g4, f5 if you're given the opportunity. Knight h5, e3, I have to say that it feels like white's doing well there. G5, maybe we just quickly check into this because you have an e5 square. You
Yes.
take on g5. You plant your bishop on e5. You say, sure, trap my bishop, but guess what? You know, my
Yes.
queen's coming in.
Yeah, this is exactly what I really wanted to highlight. This is the big point.
And let's continue. Knight g7,
Knight
knight
G7.
g7,
Oh.
bring it on.
And it is bring it on because knight takes g5, as Shakspot is indicating, and then you can't take the knight. Queen h7 is threatened. Put the position up after pawn takes knight. We always show the checkmate.
All right.
It's just one of those cheap thrills we get as commentators.
Wow.
It's a beautiful feeling. You feel complete after making a move like that on the analysis board. But obviously, that is the analysis board. And on our live board, Hans Niemann is still on the thing after h4 has been played. But these are all the potential ideas and concepts and tactics that are in the air.
Also, super interesting before we leave this game, just to mention that Nodirbek Yakubov against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the first round, that was an open Sicilian.
Yes.
This is a completely different type of game. So it just shows how flexible he is as a player.
Speaking of flexibility, I'm going to draw both of your attention to a game that is blitzing its way through. You know, this one's super complicated. Not a single pawn, not a single piece has been traded off. I want to go to our marquee matchup right now, Shahzad. Vachier-Lagrave versus Mamedyarov.
Oh.
We were stunned by Mamedyarov yesterday, yesterday, right? Over 35 moves, fantastic play, kept the pressure, and then beautiful endgame technique to finish it off to win against Nicolas, his second win in a row. This is what we have right now with the black pieces here. And you'll do an action replay for us. Every single minor piece off the board.
So we just left off on this moment where he played pawn d3, pawn b5, bishop b3, and we were deciding whether he goes for knight to c3 or d2, and he went for, Shamsuddin Vachier went for knight to c3, which followed by knight a5 and bishop a2. So the continuation is bishop e6. What I noticed is Mamedyarov not taking much, to make his decision. It is within a minute. Even I can tell you that bishop e6 was done within 6 seconds. So the moment this move done, Shamsuddin took some time, like 4 minutes, to make an attack on the knight on a5. Of course, retreating would be natural choice. However, I do think Mukhudin preparation goes for bishop takes a2, first trading off the bishops off the board, then going back to knight c6. Again, the moves are done within a minute. So we have seen bishop g5. Okay, the game followed up with quite a lot of trade-offs. The bishop went to g5, and we have seen one more trade. Knight d5, knight d4.
I see how we got there now.
Honestly, just my first impression, it looks like, kids game, they go, they take, they go, they take, they get the pieces off the board.
Yeah, if we had to play guess the ELO in the position that we have, I'm not sure if we'd come up with 2600.
I was also going to say the same with regards to time.
Yes.
Because it's so rare that we see grandmasters just blitzing it out like there's no tomorrow. And did you ever get told off for playing a super long game in 10 minutes? Because I did. And I tried to, because when you're a kid you write with pencil, so I tried to rub out the moves, but my dad looked at it and he was like, what is this? You finished in 20 minutes and you played 80 moves.
Wow.
80 moves, and then you tried to rub it out. And I was like,
Sneaky Yovi.
because I knew I'd get told off because I lost, But here it is just all preparation, and the speed with which Mukhudin just plays this is just so impressive. He's gotten the position that he wants, but queen to g4. Maybe now he's out of his preparation. Perhaps this was not the best move by Shamsuddin.
And it's really fascinating because even though it's so liquidated, I don't think it's a complete equality from a human perspective. This queen to g4, it's eyeballing that d7 square as an infiltration spot to put pressure on some of those black pawns. We can see equal number of pawns, but the structure for white is much healthier.
Yeah.
There's not only queen to d7, but also the idea of planting that rook from f1 to a1. Suddenly the rook on a2 makes a lot of sense, and you're eyelining the entire a file. You'll capture at the right moment on your terms if you're Shamsuddin right now. I say it's equality, but white is on the right side of that equality.
Well, we're going to have to dive in though, because Mukhadin has chosen this position and he knows exactly what to do. So I agree with you. At the minute, white holds the key to opening up the A line, right? So white is going to have a small advantage based on that. And that indicates to me that now is the time to break open the position.
I know what you want. You know, Yovi, I can read your mind.
You know, this is...
I've spent too much time with you.
Yeah, what is it that I want?
You obviously want c5
Yes,
here.
I want c5.
It has to be. You see,
It's
you
a
think
pawn
of the
break, yeah.
You think of the most active move. That's what Yavanka's thinking about.
Yes.
I mean, it feels natural as well, you know.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, I would say maybe moving away completely and giving the file for the opponent. Take it while you go after c file. Or you're going to have those pawn pushes with the backing of the rook.
Well, how do you handle this one? Because if you make the trade, I'm not actually very comfortable here as
To take
white.
this?
Because if you
Yes.
do make the trade with b takes c5, d takes c5, you feel like you've ironed out black's pawn structure, and also there's 0 point on doubling on the A line, because then there's b4 and you're like, that was not a successful mission. And if you do take on b5, once again, it does feel like you're being
Now you
very
gave away a
accommodating.
file. Yes.
Exactly.
And we have to win that battle for the a file if you're white
Yeah.
right now,
But
right?
although you remain with, you know, doubling up the rook,
But you do feel like you're helping black at every turn, because now
Push.
c4 comes in and you're like, well, what did I achieve? Black is
Nothing.
the one that is going to just start to work the magic on the middle of the board.
Also, both the majors are on either side, right? So no coordination between queen and the rook. By the way, Mamedyarov definitely at this moment, out of preparation, he's trying to work it out. c5, you mentioned, is the most natural move. I want to backtrack into that moment. I do agree with everything that you just said, that if white was to trade on c5 on Mamedyarov terms, black has solved problems. But after c5, can we get super aggro in this position and just say, I'm
go
going to
for
double
it.
up? Let's go. Let's do this, Shahzad.
because, yeah, I see your idea.
Sneaky idea.
Any take, you want to take back 2 pawns, not just one, because there is a
Yes.
pin.
Yeah.
I love it.
Which means
Which means
Mamedyarov has to respond, getting that rook out of the way, you know?
exactly. Get out of
A5.
dodge, rook ac8.
Sure,
AC8,
you get
B8,
out of
yes.
dodge. I'm just making an argument that at least with the same line that we had earlier, I have control of the A file.
You want to
So
get queen d7?
I want to get queen d7. I was thinking, do we take on b5 first,
First.
potentially just make that pawn even more weak? And I want queen d7. I want rook a6. I want the whole party in now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to actually do something like this, because black's activity is quite pleasant otherwise. So let's actually put it on the board. Rook a... Where do you want to
Rook
go? Rook a7?
Let's start with queen d7. I
Queen
like
d7,
the
yeah,
yeah,
idea.
that
yeah.
looks more promising, yeah.
More
Yeah.
promising.
Going
Also
immediately
keeping an
after
eye
that.
on the c2 pawn, right? I want my rook on a2 to defend that pawn against the rook to c8.
Okay. That's an important pawn that I don't feel black should be losing.
Yeah, it's not easy, you know, for black to play at this moment. Although the right move puts everything on the right spot, and that
All right,
is
wait. Let's try to figure this out. Let's try to figure out what Mr. Fish wants in this position, Yovi, to solve all the problems.
Well,
it involves giving up the pawn.
Oh,
You
it
cannot
does.
hold.
So you have to
Okay.
go for counterplay then.
Well,
I mean,
I was
although you
looking
can
at-
protect it with rook b8.
well, I was
why not?
looking at c takes b4,
Mm-hmm.
and then after queen takes b5, you just go
Rook
rook
b8.
to b8,
Yes, that's
and then
well,
b3.
Queen c.
Queen
Four,
d5 is
and
a little
rook
bit
c8.
annoying.
Yeah, queen d5.
I mean, although
I-
there is a c2 pawn is weak, you know, you can build the pressure on that.
Still looks like in the balance to me. It just
Yeah.
feels
Yeah,
like it's not enough. It looks pretty for white, but black should be fine here.
Yeah, he's
That
holding
is
on.
true. That, although, hang on a second. What happens if rook a7? Oh, no, you can't go rook a7, rook takes c2. Oh, why is just one move away from just piling up on f7?
We do have a move, by the way.
Okay.
I think there is a decision that's been made, and I don't see a pawn on c5 on our live board.
It's Shaksot's move.
Yes.
Rook a8. Okay, still?
Ooh. He's
Immediately
preparing
moving
it.
away from the a file, giving up. Yes.
Yeah.
The file for
Okay.
Shamsuddin to get it. And of course, the natural line, I think it's going to be the capture.
Mhm.
Because doubling up, would that make would that make sense? I don't think so.
No, I think it might transpose actually.
Do I transpose?
Yeah, it
Okay,
might
let's
transpose
check.
to
Capture.
capture.
More likely you're going to capture with this pawn.
Yes.
But let's evaluate this capture as well, where even queen d7, this is possible, where you're left off with almost 3 weaknesses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty much a takes b5 would be natural. And at this moment, doubling up or not doubling up, and this rook is not acting.
So how are we wrapping our opening analysis here? Do you think both players are happy right now? To me, I see the bar likes white just a little bit, but I still believe that this is quite solid for the
Quite
black
solid,
pieces
yes.
as
Yeah.
well. And Madaminov is not in too much trouble. I think this one very likely to be a peaceful result, just with all the minor pieces off the board.
Yes, very active. And in the words of, have you heard of this
Okay,
group?
Shamsuddin
Very
made a
old
move.
group, Hot Chocolate.
No, but I'm a fan of hot chocolate, but the other one.
Yeah, everyone's a winner. That's for sure. I mean, both players are going to be super happy. They got activity to balance out, and as we're seeing on the board, A takes b5. We are going to be seeing the recapture with the a pawn. Still, now we have
Ooh,
our
love it.
fancy 5 board multi-view, and here actually it's super nice because we can see what's happening. No queenside castling there on the top right between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow.
We might see something special happening there. And also we're seeing that Hans Niemann has responded to this h4, h6 idea with d takes c4.
And that's the top center board right there. We also look at the evaluation bar across our 5 boards into the opening, and it feels like the position's most balanced. The one that's most advanced is the top left board there, Vachier-Lagrave versus the leader Madaminov. And it feels like Madaminov, with all the pieces, the minors being traded off, should have enough counterplay with c5 always in the air. I'm going to move on to the bottom row. Yovi, bottom left, your idea of advancing that h-pawn has been played. So queen of prediction here today against Jan Nepomniachtchi. White's going for a kingside attack. Meanwhile, Shahzad, your idea of putting pressure on d4 with the queen coming out, the knight rerouting itself to the center of the board, is what Jan Nepomniachtchi wants to go for. I think this is going to be a fantastic battle.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
just gave me nightmares, Tanya, when you mentioned the word prediction. So anyone watching Norway Chess knows that I was the queen of prediction. I didn't get a single one right. In fact, I had to cheat at the
In
end.
fact, it's been 2 years of Norway chess that Ivanka hasn't had a single prediction go her way.
No, I mean, her prediction went in the right way in UzChess,
Yes.
starting from round 1.
Yes,
That's
it's the
the-
turn of fortunes now.
This is what I'm thinking. Should I make a rod for my own back and say, let's do the prediction game? How many decisive results?
Let's do
Or
it.
should I just stay away from a game which I clearly lose?
Well, Shahzad, you said the first day Ivanka predicted that this is going to be very decisive and White was going to win. We've seen that storyline. I say we pull up the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Not the leaderboard. We pull up the bird's eye view, our multi-board view, and let's do predictions for today's
All
round
right,
and
all
see
right.
which one of us gets it right. I'm super confident about my prediction game. by the way.
Tanya was very good. We'll see whether Shakstod
All right.
is
all right.
also good. So
Shahzad, you go first.
You go first.
How many
So-
decisive
How many
games?
decisive games?
The first board, I'm going for the draw,
All right, fair
Not a
enough.
decisive result. The second board, that might be decisive, but I don't know to his favor.
So
Because the
that's
game
one
looks
decisive.
dynamic. Shakhriyar's game against Arjun Erigaisi. Okay, the game is turning well, but for some reason my gut telling me that it's gonna go, in a drawish way.
Okay. So how many decisive games?
So
Out
far
of
one.
5.
So far 1 out of 3. Okay, the next game is gonna be between Jan against Theodoru. I think that would be decisive. 2 decisive results. And the last board. So we have Vidit against Abdusattor.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go with 2 decisive results
Two
for
decisive
today. Yes.
results. Okay, what about you, Tanya?
That was the number I was going to go for 2, but because you've said it, I am deciding between 1 and 3, and Yobi will be left with the remaining options. I will go with 1 decisive result
One
today. I think
decisive.
today is going to
Okay.
be a slower day, but fighting chess all across. I'm picking 1. Shahzad's pick 2. Yovi, I don't think you have much of an option.
No, okay, I will go for no decisive
Zero.
games.
Wow.
She
Well, it
wants
was either
all
that-
draws today,
yeah,
you know?
you know,
It
That's
was
why-
either that or 3 decisive games, and I don't think there's going to be 3 decisive games.
Fair, but I feel like Yovi, we will find out today why you're not winning any of the prediction game when it comes to scoring. I am shocked you didn't go for 3 actually. But all right, so Yovi's on 0 decisive games today. I say 1 goes that way, and Shahzad's with 2. You can tell us in chat how many decisive games you think are going to happen. UzChess, it's been 8 out of 10 decisive games so far. Each one of them, every single one, won by white.
Yeah, that is true. I'm not reading
Wow.
the patterns. That was something that I
No,
fell foul of. But okay, we haven't actually deep dived into the game between Vidit and Nodirbek Abdusatorov, local hero, #1 seed in the tournament. And yesterday, Nodirbek won. Vidit has the start, which he would rather forget, beginning with 2 losses. But he's had the black pieces, and Vidit comes to every game incredibly well prepared. So let's backtrack and see what went down.
We have that typical meme though, after bishop b4. And more or less this game ended up being, I wouldn't say totally similar, but structurally similar to the game we have looked earlier between Shahriar Mamedyarov against Arjun. Because we have seen that bishop b4 move, but there is no any bishop d2 or anything like that. Bishop g2, knight c4, castle, and look at that. White is accepting having double pawns.
Yeah.
And what he's getting in return? The open d file to go after. But Nodirbek Abdusatorov gave away his bishop instead of knight, letting Vidit have that bishop pair. So what do you say about this decision? Because my first thought process is like, take away, go back, keep everything natural. But at this sequence, going for bishop c3. I mean, this has one good point. You remain with an active knight on e4, controlling that c3 pawn and controlling the center overall.
Yeah, and I have an explanation. Shahzad, I'm looking at the database and I'm seeing that is theory. Everyone
Theory.
and anyone is mainly going for that option. So knight takes knight.
Whoa.
Oops. Oops.
Chat lead here. As we'll get the
Yes.
games back on.
Yeah.
All right, from chat to chess right now. And Yovi, you were mentioning that
Just that's where we stopped it. Yes.
Yeah.
all of this has been played before.
It has been played before. Knight takes, as indicated by Shahzad, that it is the main move. And after after knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, bishop to e7, e4 is the main concept behind this. Again, 231 games on the database. And then I guess White is just simply saying after e5, I mean, it gets even more wild. There's a complete explosion on this position. And this bishop on g2 is actually a super good piece. And the double pawns really don't matter that much.
It reminds me of my one personal experience, the game against Grandmaster. I don't exactly remember his name, but here is the thing. I learned my theory from the book and even checked with an engine. Everything went ideal. If you check with the engine after 25 moves, I was playing with black, everything 0.00, like
As it
stable.
usually is.
As usually it is. But I go 5 moves deep in it, and then it's like totally hard to play with black, And eventually, as the game turned out to be worse and worse, and had to defeat. Then I go back, then I check the line again, everything going the right way. But I found out one new thing, which is in the trade-offs, if I trade off my bishop for the knight, that's where I would have had progressive chances. The engine stays the same, even it stays a little bit worse.
Yeah.
But because it has progressive chances, I'm like, okay, I'm going to take that decision already next time. Yeah. It is not natural to give away bishop for the knight, which is on the material point of view, because you're giving out that bishop pair. But in some games, those are some ideas to explore.
And you make a really great point there, because I think that's the curse of using engines and not really going into the depth of the opening, that we can just keep pressing the space bar when we're preparing,
Yes.
right? And it just says that the position is level. But the point is that when you're playing on the board and you haven't really looked into the depth of what the human evaluation feeling of it is, once your line gets over,
Mhm.
you just start feeling like it's not easy to find moves anymore. How is this actually equal? And sure, the engine finds a way, but for us,
Not
you're kind of
easy.
stuck. And this
Yeah.
has happened to me so many times. So don't always rely on that space bar.
Do you know, I've heard of a word. I don't know whether it's politically correct or anything, or for someone who's just hitting the space bar.
Yes.
Space monkey. You just go like that, and you have no concept and no understanding of the
No.
position. You haven't taken the time to break it down, and then you get to the, as you guys say, you get to this position over the board, and you're like, oh my goodness me, this is so difficult to
Yeah.
play.
Exactly.
And you know, something I made at a point when I was writing my first book on the Karakan, and actually I continued this tradition. This is why it took me 2 years to write the book. I went and tried all of my lines that I recommended over the board. And it wasn't just me. I also enlisted my husband, who's about 2100. And I was like, if he can't handle them, then I know the average reader isn't going to be able to feel comfortable in them. So I had to make a repertoire that was just okay for him to play and feel his way through. Because also, I feel like these days, there's so much information. Everyone forgets everything. And it's not just a problem at the bottom levels, at the top. You know, in the confessions in Norway Chess, you know, they were all saying, I looked at this, but I don't remember any of this, and now I'm just going to freestyle.
Yeah. And I know that this position's fine, but I have no idea how to continue.
Exactly.
And that's the feeling, that's the lost feeling that you want to avoid as a player on the board. So just to have that feel of the position, to understand where the pieces belong, and not just rely, as Ivanka called it, being a space monkey is just never a good idea. But we did have a different trade here. The bishop did take the knight. And I also want to point out, you know, Vidit, I saw him earlier on the camera as we just go through the moves and catch up with the live board as well. I saw him yawning. And I'm just wondering if the first two games have been just so difficult. Like, I know that would be painful for Vidit, especially what happened yesterday. And I'd almost predict, I think he's had a sleepless night after yesterday's second loss in a row. For a 2700 plus grandmaster to come to UzChess, one of the top seeds here, you know, with the Chess Olympiad on the horizon as well. I know how much this tournament means to Vidit. He hasn't been super active when it's come to classical chess. He's playing classical chess after a really long time. Yeah, and I have a feeling it's been a bit of a sleepless night for the Indian grandmaster.
Also, let's look at what's at stake for Vidit.
Yes, let's do it.
Has Vidit got an official selection into the Olympic team?
So I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to really say, but I will say that the team will be announced in July.
Okay.
And I know that this tournament matters to Vidit, and I would say most likely he will make it to the team. And I think he's such a star player, such a key player for India. He was a big part of the Budapest gold medal winning team as well. He's a good friend, so I'm definitely rooting for him as well. But this has been far from an ideal start.
And when it comes to selection for the Indian team, is it very much based on ratings?
It's purely skill, purely based on rating. The top 5, the selection process of India is very clear. The top 5 rated players of the country make it to the team. You also need a certain number of games that you should have played.
Yeah. Okay, so we can do the mathematics here.
Are you
so
playing the Olympiad? Can you give that away right now? Breaking news, guys, coming in. You heard it here first.
Yes, I'm playing the Olympiad.
Let's go, Tony. Love it.
I will, you know,
Maybe top board one more time. Oh, maybe that's too much.
That's a little bit.
Yeah, sorry. I'm
Because
putting you on a spot.
No. I mean, that's undecided, and I would say I'm not an active player these days.
No.
So, and my rating has taken a tumble when I have played. So I don't know whether I would be the top. I think that would be up for discussion, but I'm looking forward to being here. And I can also just no, actually, why am I revealing my holiday plans? I'm going to holiday in Uzbekistan. I might as well give you the itinerary as well. Yeah, I'm going to go to Khiva, to Bukhara, to Tashkent,
nice.
and
Not
also
Samarkand?
Of course, yeah. So I will finish in Samarkand
Finish.
and maybe go to Tajikistan. So yeah, there you go. I just revealed to everyone. Why did I do this? My holiday
Yogi's
plans.
summer plans right before the Olympiad. This is the prep that we're looking at right now. Speaking of prep, it does look like I'm going to come back to the game, Yogi, because we did see a move from Vidit. And look at the clock situation. I don't think Vidit's in any prep right now. He's used about 30 minutes of his time. Nodirbek, Abdulsatarov has definitely played faster. And if we just catch up with the live board from where we have it, after the trade on c4, the knight was hit. We did see d5 to consolidate that knight at the center of the board, which is followed up with a trade, and then the bishop comes, hits the queen moves forward, keeping itself active, not yet capturing the c3 pawn. And I think that's the point that I would like to make here, that if instead of moving the queen to c5, you take the pawn on c3, white's ready to recapture, hits that knight away, the rook's ready to bounce into c7, as well as weaknesses on that IQP, the isolated queen's pawn, and you're basically making a case that that bishop on c8 isn't developing anytime soon. Slightly better for white. Beautiful knight at the center of the board. A bishop pair. d5 weakness. Rook on c7, making sure no development for Nodirbek.
Yeah, and it's super interesting that this bishop takes knight that we were kind of really banging on about all the way back has actually gotten 1 point, which is that this bishop on g2, which was a menace, if you play the natural knight takes knight earlier on, it's blunted. And there's no natural plan of actually how to release that bishop from its cage. So, you know, you can go rook c1, queen b3, but b6 is just going to make an appearance. Everything's rock solid for black, whereas it's not going to be easy for white to start finding targets.
Well, Vidit, I think, did find a target eventually as he first defends the c3 pawn and Nodirbek develops his bishop, so he wants to triple down on the weakness, rook c8 to follow up. And this last move by Vidit I can see on the camera was a queen to b3. Now, speaking of targets, he's eyelining the b7 pawn, so your move b6 makes a lot of sense. And to make a case that I'm anyways going rook to c8, and not that easy for white to keep c3 defended. You know, the move you really want to make as white is push that knight away, right? You want to go f3. You want to try to get rid of that knight, but it's so weakening on the diagonal that the black queen is already on. It's so incredibly committal putting your bishop behind that pawn as well. From a UN perspective, I don't know how happy you are making that move.
Yeah. It's totally not easy to play with white anymore, you know. You cannot move rook away, even the f2 itself becomes weak. So, but I think still more or less f3 should be an idea, because you can neutralize the queen b4, you know, with some trade-off. But I would put white is a little bit worse, yeah. It's not the easy one, because on the space he's lacking as well. Yes, he got that bishop pair.
Yes.
But as we see, black's compensation for that is having that space and comfort to play with his pieces.
Who in Uzbekistan is the absolute superstar among superstars?
I would put Nodirbek Abdulsatarov for long.
Yeah, he walk down the street, and he always recognized.
I would say it's not just Nodirbek Abdulsatarov, you know.
Yeah.
When people walk in the street, it is even, you know, Uzbek gold winning medal team, you know.
Yeah.
They are recognized.
Wow.
But my personal experiences, when I go with my brother, you know, to just play ping pong, table tennis, or just shopping around, people come, you know, ask for taking a picture, they do that. Yes, it's quite common, I would say. Yeah.
Yes.
And you were saying that Abdulsatarov is the one player who probably...
I would say until 2025.
Ooh, I wonder why 2025. Did something just happen in 2025 that might have changed the dynamic? I'm trying to recollect right now. A certain Vachier syndrome breaking into the scene. But isn't it amazing because I know from an India story, you know, Rishi Anand, on whose shoulders the entire chess culture and generation stands, right? He's the reason, he is the man behind everything that Indian chess is. But he was one superstar. And now India has this entire bench of players. And I feel like it's the same story with Uzbekistan. It's not one player anymore.
Yeah.
You're looking at 5 to 6 youngsters at the world elite for the next 2 to 3 decades at least.
Exactly.
Can I also ask, because Uzbekistan had a world champion, you know, Rustam Kazimashov. Yes, I mean, when he won the when he became world champion, what was the reception like? Was it a different time then?
I would say, yeah, it was a different time. Honestly, I was a young kid,
Yeah.
so I don't have a lot of info about it. But I do remember, he was well rewarded with a kind of car and a house,
A
those
car and a
things.
house.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I do think there was those rewards.
Did you get a house,
I've heard
Tanya,
that.
when you won the
Oh,
gold medal?
I wish. If anyone's watching in India, I'm waiting for my house right now. But that was actually inspirational to read that after the 22 Chess Olympiad, the entire team and the government support that they got in Uzbekistan was just so
Yeah.
incredible. I think in India, certain states are very supportive with certain sports. And it's changing. It's definitely changing because so many achievers are coming out, so many performances are coming out. And I will say one thing. I am very excited to watch the India-Uzbekistan rivalry unfold.
Oh yeah,
It just
Big
feels
one.
like it's the future of chess. And the future is now.
future is now.
Future is now. Whilst things are developing very nicely in the Masters, shall we take a peek into the challenges? Because we also have and the UzChess Cup, the challenges, and we also have the futures, and also a big open that is happening along the side. And we already see that there has been a draw in the challenges between Yuri Kujabov against Eltaj Safali. But I just wanted to have a look at one particular game, and that is between Mohamed Sohid Suyarov against Mohamed Muradli. Let's zone in on that one because that one seemed to me quite unconventional.
Oh wow. Yes. Let's see how it unfolded. So it came from Sicilian, turns out. For c5, knight f3 d6, and from bishop b5 check variation, we have knight c6 castle. I'd say so far, so good. Bishop d7, rook e1, knight f6, pawn c3. We're still in the main line, I think. Pawn a6, bishop goes back to f1, bishop g4, pawn h3. Okay, bishop gives up for the knight, bishop f3, queen f3, and rook g8. Okay, that's a creative move we have seen by Mohamed Muradli.
And Mohamed Muradli is a player from Azerbaijan, whereas Mohamed
Zohid,
Sohid
yes.
is from Uzbekistan.
from
Can you tell us a
Uzbekistan.
little bit about him?
He's a friend of Mamedyarov Mukhudin, actually.
Ah.
They trained at the same, chess club. Yeah.
Are they the same age? Because Mukhudin is 19 years old.
No, he's even younger. Yeah.
wow.
Mohamed Zohid is younger even. Yeah.
Oh, wow. how
I don't think he turned 18 yet. Last time we were discussing, he's about to turn 18, Yeah. He's also a very promising player. He's became, if you see the rating, it's 25-51, but if you see his title, he's still international master. Okay.
Does he have a few GM noms or?
I do think he has, yeah.
Yeah. So, he's definitely GM strength. I've always felt that getting the rating is the more difficult part about
Yes.
having the
Yeah.
title. Because once you have that strength, and let's say you've been 2500 plus for a while, the norms will automatically flow. But you could have a really great run, make a norm in a tournament, but then really struggle to cross over the rating benchmark as well. So definitely, I think for Mohammedan, it's going to be just a matter of time before he gets that GM
Yeah.
before his name.
Yeah.
On this position, I would say Mohamed Zohid is really prepared because I've seen him playing this structure several times. Yeah. Playing specifically those bishop d5, bishop f1, pawn c3, exactly like that. And we have seen those trade-offs. Of course, rook g8 came out as a surprise for him because he was blitzing out the moves, all of them within, queen f3 was done within 4 seconds, h3 or bishop f1, every single move was within a minute. But once rook g8 happened, that's where he thought for 9 minutes and went for knight to a3. Okay, we know his plan. That's going to knight to c2 and probably getting the center with pawn to d4. From Muradli's perspective, rook g8, of course, has a promising idea of g5 and g4. But my question is there enough attackers? Or he's just going to go for with the intuitiveness, Because g5, g4 did happen on the board after h6, g4, knight takes g4. Very much natural unfolding sequence. Queen goes to h3, trying to hit h7 pawn and making a room for kicking out the knight. and we have seen e6 on the board. Although I'm not sure with f3 move itself, because it weakens the dark squares around the king, and black still has his light square bishop. Yeah. Sometimes you can allow the weaknesses, you know, on those light squares or dark squares, as long as the opponent doesn't have those pieces, you know, to take advantage of.
Yeah. Okay, so super interesting position on our boards. And by the way, in terms of the standings in the challenges, yesterday there were only 3 people who won, and two people who won, and Mohammed Sohid was one of them. So interesting, certainly a bright future ahead for the youngster. So shall we move? Or do you want to, before we leave?
I want to add one factor.
Yes.
Interestingly, the victory he got yesterday was against Safarov El-Tash, which was the country-mate of Muhammad Muradli.
From Azerbaijan.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna indulge a personal. Do you want us to check the game of your brother? Because
I mean, we can have a look, sure.
Let's have a look at Jahongir Vachier-Lagrave, who is the brother of Shakhsod. Now, the evaluation bar is telling us one thing, and I think this one feels like it's not going Black's way.
I feel like Jahongir Vachier-Lagrave is playing there and Shakhsod here with us. He's trying to be very nonchalant. Yeah, maybe let's just have a look. But on his phone on the side, he's like, what is my brother doing right now? What a crazy position we've got. And I think we have to take this from the top. But let's just pause here, because funny enough, the material is balanced. White doesn't even have an extra pawn. Black has this hideous pawn formation with the c file doubled up, the king in the center, e7 weak, the bishop on f8 stuck. For Abdi Malik, it feels like a little ahead in development. But I wonder, for Jahongir, you can tell us what his style of play is. It feels like a dynamic position.
Exactly. There is
and
a
Black's knight is coming to d3.
Yes.
It's heading there.
It is heading there. You pointed out the weaknesses. That's what I'm concerned about. You know?
Because the white knight is also heading to a3 with an immediate hit on one of the 2 pawns.
Yeah.
That is the big issue that I'm seeing, that the c4 is not going to be defended. And a knight on e5 can be booted out.
Yeah. But I mean, it's gonna find its spot on d3. Oh, there is rook e1. But what I was also already a little bit concerned about is maybe that another knight can get to e3. That will be very stable. Not just staying there, but constantly hitting that c4 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we see rook e1 on the board.
Nice move just to prevent knight e5.
Exactly.
And then the big thing is now white is going to start.
There is another
angling.
way to get in.
Yep.
So I'm interested in how things unfolded until this position. Let's have a look. So e4, c5, knight f3, g6, and we have seen that pawn c3 move on the board. d5, e5, and we have seen bishop g4. Interestingly enough, I teach my students as well, you know, this opening with black. And one of the openings that I don't like white responding with is specifically this pawn e5 move. Because the game goes in a more closed variation rather than open fight. So bishop b5 check, although this is everything is unfolding as a theory here. Knight to c6, bishop c6 check, d takes c6, and we have seen castle. And naturally, knight h6 would be the right move, or bishop takes f3, more of theoretical, and we have seen here pawn to c4. Considering the move was done within 5 seconds, I suppose it might be within black's preparation. But we have seen b3, which is of course not the top line, but in these kind of positions, I would argue several moves are kind of good for white. The game is quite positional, so even if you decide to play pawn d4, pawn h3, rook e1, all those are kind of stable moves, which, including pawn d3, gives you a slight advantage, I would say, you know, just with the piece development.
Yeah.
And we have seen b3 on the board, where black thought for 3 minutes and made f6. E takes f6 we have, knight takes f6. Okay, the game now, right now, I would say, opened up. Now the game is going to be more into dynamics.
Yep.
B takes c4, d takes c4, h3.
And then we get to
and
the
that was a
position.
critical moment, yeah.
We get to the position and the game position, and yeah, this one, it's all going to depend on whether the pawn on c4 is a strength and the weakness, d4 making an appearance, and now things are going to get very sharp. we will keep an eye on what is occurring on the challenges, but we're going to head over to the Masters and we're going to go for the multi-view already because we want to have a look at what is going down. What is the progress? And look at this between Shamsuddin Vohidov against Mukhadin Madaminov, their top left. It's going as we predicted. Black has gotten the activity, gotten counterplay against C2. Things still in the balance there. And for you, Tanya, what else? Just to kind of, maybe you can do a quick recap on what is going down.
Let's do it. I love the action that's unfolding. Again, the most advanced board has to be our marquee matchup. So many pieces of the board on that top left board, and it feels like it's in the balance. Black has control of the C file with a target on C2. Meanwhile, for Vachier-Lagrave, the doubled up rooks on the A line give enough counterplay. Always looking for those infiltrations with the queen landing on D7 or the rook coming to A7. Right next to that, we move over to Yakuboyev taking on Hans Niemann, and that is wild, Jovanka. You know, the C4, B4 pawn under attack right now. C4 is on the threat. The white knight has jumped forward, looking at some dark square weaknesses currently in that one. And I'm expecting this to be a wild fight. I'm doing a quick count right now. Material in the level, but this game is completely out of control. White has ideas of picking up the pawn. White has ideas of jumping in with a knight. It's going to be a fun one. Top right board right now, we've got Shakhriyar against Arjun Aragaisi, and that feels a bit more sane. There's a lot of symmetry in the position. I feel like that might be one of our first games heading into a draw. You know, same color bishop, same pawns, same side. Let's move on to the bottom row there, and that is where my eyes are at. I think the most exciting board currently is Nicolas taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi. The knight has landed on G1. It almost feels like Nicolas is setting up for the next game, but that's a really nice reroute that he's heading for. We'll deep dive into that. In fact, that's where I want to go next. But to finish up the roundup, Vidit versus Nodirbek, an equally exciting fight, although hasn't blown up yet. C3 a target right now, rook about to line up. Abdusattorov putting pressure on with it.
Absolutely. So we'll head into Nicholas Theodorou, and then I would definitely like to explain and just find out what's happening in Nodirbek Yakuboyev and Hans Niemann, because as you mentioned, that is wild. But let's look at this knight to G1 maneuver from Nicholas Theodorou, and especially because Jan Nepomniachtchi has just broken out with C5 and should... Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, but before we do that, maybe we head to Shamsuddin Vohidov against Mukhadin, because there is a big point on the board and we want to be able to spot the danger.
Wow. So there is a rook G5 already on the board?
Yes, let's do a deep dive. Let's bring up our board and let's have the players on the screen as well. Vachier-Lagrave versus Mukhadin right now. Rook G5, a direct hit on the queen, and Jovanka, Shamzad, tactics all around. White needs to watch out.
Yes, and Tanya, you are showing it to me, so I'm going to give you the bragging rights here. White can place the queen on only 2 squares, not 3.
No, you're actually missing one. There is a third square, Yogi. A bit far.
A bit far, yeah. All the way.
Oh my God, I was looking backwards. What a chicken. But actually, I don't think you can even go there because it's very scary.
Yes,
okay, so let's highlight. There's a lot of danger here in the position.
Yeah.
The first one, Queen H4, Tanya, you cannot do because of...
Rook takes pawn. Boom. Oh, my rook, but give me your queen. That's a discovered attack there. And you can't dream of pinning that rook on G5. You end up losing the pawn. But I also want to highlight, I think your sense of danger stopped you from going to D7. It wasn't even a square you wanted to consider, Yobi. And the reason is because suddenly the black queen jumping onto F3 in certain cases, you always have to watch out for an attack.
Divorce. You cannot have a divorce between your king and queen, especially when your king doesn't have too many defenders. And yeah, as queen F3, and oh my goodness me. The evaluation bar saying absolutely fine, but who would... After G3?
Can you go rook takes pawn and handshakes, or does that not work?
I think it's likely. There is no way king can go out, you know.
Yeah.
You reach to D2, queen E3 check.
Yeah.
Or, So, check, moves away. Check, moves away. Oh, wait a sec.
You can go to E3.
You can go also to H1.
But queen E3, queen G1, isn't that just a draw?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just
like
diagonal
this.
checks?
And stop the king from traveling to C1.
Yes.
Turns out, interestingly, black can wait as well.
Oh, wow. White
Yeah.
is defenseless because speaking of divorces, there's no coming back from that.
No.
So after Queen H2 check, King D1. Let's not go King D1. Let me see. King F3.
King
Specifically.
F3. Oh, that's really stepping into the fire. Are you going to go F5?
F5. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, you play with fire, you're going to get burnt. And
And of course, the bar says it's still 0.0.
Zero.
yeah, but who would go into this
No.
one?
Nobody.
I
Definitely
can
not us.
show you some extra moves, E5, not even letting open,
Yeah.
We do have a
Take,
decision,
yeah.
though.
Okay.
We've
He's-
gone too far into this line. I think none of
Queen
this will
E2, the
happen.
most
Yeah,
natural
queen
one,
need to,
stable
you know,
one.
keep the queen in close connection to the king.
Yeah.
And now the rook came to c8, so black is piling on the pressure against c2. And some nice dynamic play there from Mukhadin.
I do like it. And I'm just wondering, again, lifetime membership of Chicken Chess Club here. Can White just say, I want to get rid of one of the rooks. I want to
Yeah.
trade out the
Yes.
pressure on c2. Just go rook a8. I'm also then eyeing some of the weaknesses that you have on the queen.
I
Exactly.
heard you call me the president, and I said, "Yeah, the president of the Chicken Chess Club." Well, I'm not. Don't
Approve
think,
or disapprove here?
I don't think you can call me the president of that because there's better players out there who are more chicken than me. But I would definitely am fully paid member. Rook A8.
It feels like, oh, by the way, it's on the board. He's gone for this
Yes,
move.
he
So we're
went for
seeing
it.
this being played out. This one in the balance. Yovi, let's go to the one that you wanted to earlier. You had called out a lot of action brewing on the Yan Nepomniachtchi board.
Oh, yeah.
That is
Yeah.
far away from any, at least from a human perspective, equality.
Yep, let's head there, and because we saw some strange things going on, like the knight going from. We have to kind of highlight the geometry here. So that knight on g1 started on b1. It went b1, c3, e2, g1.
Can we highlight the path of this beautiful knight on g1? Comes back to the home square of its counterpart, starts the journey from b1, just with arrows, knight b1, knight c3. Then it retreated to e2. And now it's going to g1 to land potentially on f3 to grab those dark squares which have been weakened on the center of the board.
Yes. Just a very original route for the knight. But the question is, chess is all about timing. Is it okay to do that?
Also, currently the queen's hit, but maybe we just backtrack a little bit from when we left it last, which was just a few moves ago. And I believe it was the moment when White did decide to go for h4.
Yeah.
Yes. The idea was unfolding exactly as Jovanka mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And then after rook d1, there was g6, probably to stop any f5 ideas. Queen b3, hitting the pawn on b7. And naturally, Yan Nepomniachtchi went for the defense. Bishop g2, knight e6, and look at the surprise. Knight g1 and pawn to c5. What do you think of, was it the right moment to strike? Or can't you take a free pawn? Was there something? Because knight g1 lets
Yeah. Well, my
Black
first
to take.
reaction is pin and win.
immediately.
My
Yeah.
second reaction is also pin and win. And then you just double up, triple up on that knight. You bring your knight out.
Yeah.
And you're making a case for d5 being weak at the end of whether you go c5. Bishop c5, I think, loses on the spot that bishop's hanging. And after c5, you just either grab the pawn on d5 or maybe even triple down on that pin first with knight
Nice.
f3 or knight e2.
Yeah, knight f3 would make more sense.
Yes, I like this.
But gotta be careful with this, yeah. Because
What
now
am I
Yeah.
on the
walking into? Rook d8.
rook d.
Yeah, that feels a little bit accommodating. If you want to win something, it's going to be the c pawn, the c5 pawn, not d5.
Not d5.
Yeah.
So there was instantly that c5 is on the board.
And can you just quickly check for us, Shaksot, how much time did Nepomniachtchi take
For c5?
for c5? Yeah.
Okay. I would say long to his standard. Because he took
Okay, 5 minutes.
8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Whoa, that's an eternity in Yan Nepomniachtchi universe. 8 minutes is a while. So probably calculating because it's a committal move, right? d5 is weak for the rest of the game. All these lines that we were looking at. And pawn takes pawn was the decision that Nicolas went with. Knight takes pawn.
He was expecting c5, I would say, tell you. Because he has done this take almost instantly. 30 seconds.
So he did calculate that it's
Yeah.
not a good idea to take on d5 because then the black knight jumps over. So instead, you take the pawn, knight takes pawn, hits the queen, And here Nicholas decided to offer a queen trade, making a case of that if you go into an endgame, d5 is a big target, and I already have two pieces attacking it.
Yeah.
Oh, bishop to e7. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is ready for the trade, but wants it on his terms. If queen takes queen, bishop takes queen, the b2 pawn is hanging in several of those lines.
Yeah.
He's fine with giving up d5. He's totally fine. He's saying that those 4 pawns would be guarded by his 3 pawns. There is not much of a disadvantage he has. He's fine being by pawn down because those 4 pawns are on the same side, on the same spot. And considering one of the pawns doubled, yeah, the advantage he's saying is too less to have to point it or to say it as an advantage.
And that makes sense. It's the pawn structure, like you're pointing out, the lack of development and coordination in white's pieces, and the piece activity that Jan has. Let's just show a potential line here. If you go bishop takes pawn immediately, black can capture the queen. You have to pick it back. Look at the pawn formation that you had. Look at the piece activity that Jan has. There's opposite color bishop complex as well on the board. You're getting bishop f6. You're getting rook c8, knight c3 ready to jump in, hitting the rook, bishop, and the a2 pawn. I'm with you here. I think this is
maybe b6
definite compensation for Jan.
Yeah.
Even though with a pawn deficit here, the initiative is with black.
Yeah, the initiative is definitely with black, especially as you noticed in the knight there back on g1, but black immediately has the targets. So can white try to go for an endgame, a pawn up, but in a more controlled manner? And as white, I wouldn't mind actually not necessarily winning that pawn immediately, but just focusing on development.
So you want to start with queen takes queen then to not let your pawn...
No, I was thinking knight e2.
Knight e2 makes a lot of sense because you develop your piece as well. I like that
or
move.
after trade-off or before.
I think Yovi doesn't want to allow the threat on b2. Maybe we start with knight e2.
Start with knight e2. This was my idea. And then just kind of argue that the pawn on d5 is ripe for the taking whenever.
And queen takes queen, you obviously want to recapture with your knight. Just making sure that the structure remains intact.
Although, like knight e4 would trigger some forcing sequence.
But you take the queen.
Knight takes. Are you willing to give up your bishop?
No, but I want to pounce on the pawn. Knight c3.
Yes.
Rook d8.
Rook d8.
You want to go either opposite colored bishop or, knight versus bishop.
But I do like this version better than the one we were looking at for white.
Yeah.
You have a better, healthier pawn formation on the queen side. Taking that d5 pawn, I want to point out it's opposite color bishop, but the bishop on d5 will be a beautiful piece. F7 is a long-term target. You're looking at h5 coming in next. Pawn takes pawn at the right moment. I feel like it's a result for 2 games if Nicolas Theodorou chooses this line.
Yes. Yeah. I'd agree with you on that part, yeah.
All right, so this one, big questions for Nicolas. Currently, queen trade on the offer. He'll decide which way he wants to go to. Yovi, let's go around the horn and continue our journey here. Nodirbek, Yakuboyev, Hans Niemann is blowing up every second.
Okay, let's have a look at this because, as you mentioned earlier, it is wild. What is this on the board? C3. First up, let's do an action replay because I want to know how the players got here. I can see that after h4, a4 was the move of choice.
And there is knight c3, giving up that c4 pawn and getting that center. But I would say knight c3 right now points out to a4 pawn. So it's not technically giving up the pawn. So knight a4 is on the board. However, Hans did get the center at the cost of knight moving away. So bishop to d2. But it is temporary because e4 could be threat anytime, any moment. But Hans instantly acted with pawn b5 and pawn b4. He didn't slow down. He kept going with his pawns. Knight went to e4, and as we see that pawn is under attack, he went for bishop a6 and protected. Interestingly, he could have kept going. There wasn't pawn f5. If pawn f5 happened, how many moves? In the last, 6 or 7 moves, white would have made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knight moves. Yeah. If pawn kept pushing. But bishop a6, very solid, holding that pawn structure, and f5 can be done in the next turn. Knight e5, the strong move according to to chess.com engine, according to our third friend or fourth friend. We are three already.
It's our fourth commentator.
Fourth commentator. So hitting that on c6, which means instantly Hans Niemann traded off that knight out of the board. After d takes e5, we do see pawn c3.
Ooh.
That has, I would say he's opening up the bishop as well. Hitting that e2. It's not a free pawn he's giving away. It is something he's going after. I mean, the pawn on e2 is something he's going after.
Yeah, but it's quite complicated, right? Because this is Nodirbek to move right now after c3. The bishop's hit. The pawn on e2 is weak. The pawn on b2 is hanging. I'll also point out another threat that black has. The black bishop can land on c4, and suddenly the a2 pawn is weak as well in a lot of these lines. You know, there are tricks of rook takes pawn b3 coming in if you're not careful as white here. I think we have to just deep dive into the most concrete approach here. I would be terrified to retreat with my bishop to allow that c3 pawn to remain alive. 10 out of 10 chess players here are considering pawn takes pawn as a move to start with.
Yep.
And then what we have to look at after pawn takes pawn is the intermezzo, the in-betweener, bishop takes pawn. If you capture on c3, I think white just takes back with the knight and is in time to defend this e2 pawn. And the big question after, let's just show that, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. You can take it either way because there's a pin on the d file and the queen beautifully defends the e2 pawn. And this looks fine. But instead, you start with bishop takes pawn in this moment, take that time out to hit the rook. And I think the point here is that rook to e1, black doesn't have time to move the bishop away because b4 hangs, you have c4 to care about. But I wonder if black can again throw a spanner here in the works and just grab on c3, relying on the idea of bishop d3, defend that bishop. And you think you're losing a piece after knight takes knight or bishop takes knight. But once again, bishop d3 comes with a hit on the queen. And it feels like Ivanka tactics are working out in black's favor here.
Yeah, absolutely. As you've mentioned, black has suddenly increased the piece activity, and that means a lot in this type of position. So I'm with you. Things are working out, but I do feel like we still have to process a few more moves before we can make a calm assessment, because the bishop on g2, it's a beautiful Catalan bishop. So queen to b2.
Let's take that knight.
Yeah,
we
take
have
the
to
knight,
pick that up.
and then queen takes c3 would make a lot of sense. And there's still some pressure against c6. And after, white will just go a4, a5.
Bishop b5, I guess, would
I like that.
defend and stop the attack, I think. Yeah.
Just making a case for no a4. The queen on c3 needs to stay connected to the bishop on d2.
It was a great move. And I think just like that, I think you've neutralized any of white's possibilities.
Ideas of doubling up on the a line as well for Hans Niemann. None of this has happened yet.
No, not
Shahzad?
yet. But I have one interesting approach in this position, It's going to be start with pawn a4, giving up the pawn. Why? Because I want to make that rook e4 and rook g4 in a forced way. So that my bishop h6 idea works out. And there is some queen e3, queen e4 coming in. Going after. Well, going dynamically after the king, which is ignored for a long time.
Are going to go into this line. So we're seeing bishop takes e2. The in-between move has been played. And 10 out of 10 players would play b takes c3. That's indeed what has happened. Well, this game is heating up super nicely. Well, we can see the tension is really building up. We are going to go on a quick breather, but do not go anywhere, because while we reset, we're going to take you straight into the action, because we have an exclusive recap of the highlights of round 2. And we will, of course, have some videos with the fan zones, so behind the scenes footage. So stick with us and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Day 3 of the UzChess Cup. Round 2 was insane. There were no draws at all. White won every single game. Hans and Vachier-Lagrave played for over 6 hours in this intense queen endgame, and Theodoru and Mamedyarov blitzed out the first 25 moves of theory. I'm so excited for today. Make sure to tune into the broadcast. We also have super famous content creator Alexandra over here in the fan zone. She is currently videotaping and playing with one of the fans, and I guess we can come here. Hey, can I give you an interview?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so have you been keeping up with the tournament so far?
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm keeping up.
What are your thoughts so far? Any big surprises? Any moments that you particularly liked so far?
Yes, of course. Yesterday, First of all, Mukhudin's win. I was really I wasn't expecting the win from him, but yeah, 2 pawns were there, and it's surprising for me. And also Hans Niemann, and I'm curious that how can Shamsuddin Wakhidov couldn't find Queen F7 stalemate. I was shocked that, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if you saw the interview after, but when I interviewed Hans afterwards, he didn't see it either. And I was explaining to him, I think that they were just grinding it out for so long that they were probably just really tired. Yeah. Do you have a favorite game so far that you've watched?
Favorite game so far? First game, Mukhudin Madaminov versus Yan Nepomniachtchi. That was a really cool game. And I liked when Hans resigned and they were like analyzing the games, and Mukhudin after the interview said, it's just, he's not the back side of the Sindarov. He proved that he's also like a strong grandmaster, and he's keeping proving this. He also won yesterday, and I liked the first game.
Yeah, he had such a clean win against Jan, and in the interview he was calculating so many moves down the line. I was like, this is great.
He's like speaking like 30 moves ahead. Yeah. He said like he calculated like until move 35, and after the game he said that during the interview he told me that like 15 or 20 moves in just 10 seconds. I was like shocked.
Yeah, it's insane. Who do you want personally to win the tournament?
I think Mukhudin Madaminov. I'm rooting for him, and I want him to win the tournament because he also belongs to 2700 grandmasters.
Yeah, I know he's the lowest rated, so if he wins, that would be so huge for everyone.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you have a good time, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
We're here at the fan zone. What has your experience been like so far with this tournament?
Yeah, so okay, as an organizer, like I'm very tired in the last 2 days because it was a kind of good stress for me and to doing this kind of organizational stuff. But the atmosphere at the tournament is very good. I'm really excited for that. And then I'm rooting for Uzbeki guys, and also because last year it was like a bit stressful for us when Pragnananda won. So at the tiebreaks, two Uzbeks lost to Pragnananda. Yeah, but this year I hope one of the Uzbeki guys will win this tournament.
And for those of you that don't know, this guy has been absolutely carrying the Uzbek media team. He's been picking us all up from the airport, and I think most of us have arrived between midnight and 6 a.m. every day, just pulling all-nighters, so we really, really appreciate him. Not to put you on the spot, but I know you said you want one of the Uzbek players to win. Do you have a favorite Uzbek player, or do you just root for all of them as a whole?
I'm rooting for Nodirbek, and now he's in a good form right now. But Abdusattorov, of course, but Madaminov is a kind of like a dark horse of the tournament, like cause 2 wins in a row. So today is a derby with Yakuboyev, and I think today it will be the match with him will be like, I think, draw, because Yakuboyev plays with white pieces, and then Madaminov plays with black. So, and then okay, let's see what happens.
And I know it's really cool for us to meet all the players behind the scenes and get to talk to them a little bit. I'm sure we've all seen them on TV and on a lot of social media and stuff like that. What do you think is the difference between them online versus them in person, or how do you feel they are in person? And have there been any surprises?
So they have their own aura, to be honest, because on the TV, on the screen, they seem like very serious, but at the real life they're not. Like I know all of them, and they're kind of chill guys, let's say. And then it's good to meet them and personally in the real life.
Yeah, because you picked them all up from the airport too, so you got the 3 a.m. version of them all. All right, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament, you get some sleep, and thank you so much for the interview.
All right.
Oh, we are back and we are live with round 3 in the Masters at the UzChess Cup. And looking at our multi-board viewer, you can see it's almost end game time. We're only 1.5 hours in, and you're seeing that a lot of the games have really flown into the end game, and we are definitely going to break down exactly what is happening on our screens. Are we going to be treated to endgame masterclasses, or is everything going to be fizzling out?
I think it's going to be a masterclass, at least on some of those boards. And at first, I felt it was 3 boards showing us that the queens have been traded off, 3 endgames there, but I'm going to make it 3.5 because our marquee matchup as well. So many pieces off the board. That's a queen and a rook. I would call it almost a queen and a rook. End the game right there with a lot of pawns off the board. The material in balance, their position as well equal. That's our top left. Nodirbek versus Hans Niemann. One of the only boards which still has a lot of fire, a lot of play going on, a lot of pieces in action. And a rook currently hanging for Nodirbek, Yakuboyev. For Shakhtar, Mamedyarov and Arjun I see top right there. A bishop versus knight is the only imbalance. But with the black rook so active, the a3 pawn under attack, I think if anybody has to be careful in this endgame, it has to be Shakhtar Mamedyarov. Just the rook activity, but should be in holdable territory. We go down to that bottom row, Jovanka, and what stands out to you in these 2 endgames?
Well, it has to be Nicholas Theodorou against Jan Nepomniachtchi, because Nicholas, he is an extra pawn up, but it's just as we predicted. Black is super active, you know, with pressure against the pawn on c3 and control of those dark squares, whereas it looks very balanced between Vidit Gujarati and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But the question is, who is the one who's going to mobilize their pawn majorities? So we have to pick one of these games. Let's leave the Nodirbek Yakuboyev Hans Niemann for a little bit, because we've got to dive into an endgame, and I'm going to suggest we go to Vidit Nodirbek Abdusattorov because we have some small imbalance because of the pawn majority.
I do love that pick. I also want to just set the stage here. Vidit Gujarati is currently on 0 out of 2. He's yet to score at UzChess. He is a player who at least wants to stop the bleeding today. And I think part of the strategy, part of the plan, playing against, well, who I like to call the assassin in the chess world, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, just the presence that he has when he sits across the board from you, you know, those death stares that he does give. It feels like for Vidit, it was extremely important to have a controlled approach in this game. And Jovanka pointed out, Shahzad, that the only imbalance or the asymmetry in this position is that it's 4 versus 3 for Vidit on the right flank and 2 versus 1. Now, it does feel traditionally it should be easier for Black, for Nodirbek to start pushing the pawns, create a path that's further away from the king. But I just think it's a game of tempo. Vidit, he's getting f4, e5 really quickly. The white king ready to jump into action while f2, e3. The f pawn getting to f5. And if we talk about the race, is it small advantage Vidit Gujarati?
I'd say so, yes. Vidit has a small advantage because he's faster. You said yes. On the left side, on the queen side, we can't see on the pawns. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has 2 pawns, but I don't see any right moment that he can push it without creating weaknesses. Because if he pushes a5, if we have seen those ideas, f4, e5, and this is on the board, with bishop c6, everything would be neutralized. So you cannot progress anymore, but suddenly you also created b6 pawn, a weakness. In endgame, I usually say, if you push the pawn without a purpose, without a clarity, you're creating a weakness on your own pawn spots. Why? Because you are leaving the core far, advanced, which means opponent can access it more easily compared to far away. Yeah.
There's an interesting point, actually, that once the pawns start extending, then they become easier to target. As you can see, the e5 pawn, well, in order to get at it, you can just go f6, or you can go knight to d7, and you're already forcing white to go on the defensive. So interesting point there, but let's kind of just look ahead into the future and see where is Black going to be putting the knight. I can tell you it's not going to be putting it on the edge of the board. That if that happens, I was going to say I will not just sell my house, Tanya. I will give it away. And then sure enough, knight to e8 happens. By the way, I got told off for making that bet.
Was it by Arno?
Yeah.
Like, Yovi, what were you thinking?
Don't do that.
We got to set context to that.
Yes.
Yovi, can you please tell us what went through your mind at Norway chess when you literally, on one move, hedged your entire house?
I did, and it's not to be recommended because my heart was racing. So there was a situation between Ali Reza Firouzja against Wesley So, and Ali Reza needs to win, right? If he wants to have any chance at winning Norway chess. And Tanya and David are showing this threefold repetition. And I was like, there is no way Ali Reza playing with the white piece is going to go with this. I will even sell my house if this happens. And then they start like playing moves, a few moves, and it becomes clear that, oh no, that actually Ali Reza could force a threefold repetition if he wants to.
And I kid you not, we had proper bids for
We did.
Yovi's house in chat.
I know.
It went up to quite a bit, actually, Yovi.
It didn't. Wow. It went up to like £4,000, and I'm like, I'm not selling my house for 4,000. But anyway, so yeah, I can tell you and they were coming up with no hauska. I was like, thank you very much.
No hauska. Just sit perfectly with the situation. But you pointed it out, Yovi. If you just go back, knight to h5 is not where you want your knight.
No.
I think that would not happen. A good call there by you. I'll also, if we just go back to that moment just for a moment when e5 was played, knight d7 looked very tempting, but I think what discouraged Nodirbek from going for this direct attack on e5 is the move bishop to h3. And then suddenly there is this uncomfortable pin on that knight, f4, king f2, f5 to follow once the king comes to the center of the board. Knight c6, knight a7. Huge traps, huge tricks on the board. So instead, I really like the approach of Nodirbek. He comes back with his knight, but you I'm predicting this to be a draw very soon.
Okay, question for you.
What
Will
is
it be a draw, actually for both of you, will it be a draw within the next few moves? Or will Vidit continue asking questions to Nodirbek? Are back. Apologies for that break. We just had to fix some technical issues. But as you can see there from the empty board, we do have a result, a draw agreed between Vidit Gujarati and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. The game didn't end much longer than we expected. But on the other boards, although it is in-game territory, well, we have seen some twists and turns as we see our players deep in thought.
And what a scene this is to take in. And that center top board is where it's all eyes at. Tournament leader Mukhtar Madaminov currently in big trouble against his national rival compatriot Vachier-Lagrave, who's managed to turn things around from an equal position to try to push for a win. And we'll bring up our boards one by one, but that's where we need to start from. A lot of action in the other end games, Ivanka, as you pointed out as well. But Vachier-Lagrave versus Madaminov suddenly out of nowhere. Shaksat, we've got a game on our hands.
All right, yeah. Let's check what happened, because suddenly they are in a queen endgame, and Madaminov is about to become a pawn down even. But let's see. We left off at this moment, where the rooks were about to trade off. So we have seen rook a8, rook c5, and the rooks did trade off. Pawn g3, queen e7, so it was just a natural sequence. Queen b7, rook c5, rook b2, protection, everything seemingly in control. And then we have seen this game turning into queen e1 after queen b4 to some exchanges. So the rooks got exchanged and we have visited to the queen endgame. Although this game looks relatively stable for both.
You just have to be careful that your king safety is there, the black queen, making sure that the d3 pawn remains under attack so the white queen cannot get too adventurous. You know, you can make a move like queen c3, you can make a move like king to h7, just hiding away from any checks. But the whole idea is that you just keep the position in balance. You lose the f7 pawn with checks and the whole house would fall down on that right flank. And the difference here is that if you push up your king to g7, now you pick up e5 with a check and you lose the d pawn as well, with d3 becoming a passer. And I also just want to point out that it was the right idea, but the more dangerous part was switching up the move order if you're Vachier-Lagrave, starting with e5 and not starting with checks. So incredible precision there by the Uzbekistan youngster here. And here, instead of taking the pawn, walking into that pawn down endgame, which would have probably given black some more chances, Madaminov made another decision. He retreats with the queen. And look at what happens. That e-pawn doesn't just stop there.
Yes, it keeps pushing to e6. After f takes e6, queen e8, hitting both pawns, yes. So naturally, queen h7, protecting the pawn on g6, and queen e6. Suddenly, there is a liability. But besides that, king is also weak itself. So I would say 3 liabilities at once.
And I'll add a 4th asset in white's position. That white king has a clear path into the game. I will not be
You want to go all the way to d5?
I will not be surprised if Shamsuddin starts playing king of the hill and starts marching up at some point to assist the queen to pick up those central pawns.
Yeah, and if you look at it, you can barely make a move as black. So queen to g7 was played in order to defend the pawn on d4. And I just kind of want to point out that, yes, as Tanya mentioned, the king can also go to e4. You can also start lifting the pawns on the king side. You can go h4, h5, try to get that bind even more. And the white king is primed to take an inroad into e4 if black wants to be exchanging queens. The black king is just so far away from the action. And the pawn on d4, it is a target. So just like that, suddenly Mukhtar has lost control of the position, and Shamsuddin is the one who is going to be grinding this out. Now, isn't this karma for yesterday? Yesterday, it was Shamsuddin who was on the defending side of a queen and pawn endgame, pawn down, and now it is Shamsuddin who is now on the aggressive side. So we're expecting moves such as queen to d5, g4, h4, any move to make an improvement on the position.
Another move I'll add to that list, which can actually pose direct problems for Madaminov for Mukhtar here, is to place the queen on f4. And now I'm targeting both your pawns, and I'm struggling to find a way for black to keep them alive on the board. You really can't go queen to e5. All king pawn endings are lost. Maybe we just have that on the board really quickly to show that. Queen takes pawn is a big threat. If you go queen e5, I'm very happy to trade off. My king gets to e4, and there we have it. The bar shoots up the roof, and you've got a winning king pawn ending to boot here right now. Queen to f4, I think this strategic advantage turns into a tangible extra pawn in this position directly. Yes, you can give a check on b7. The white king sidesteps it. and the problems still remain.
Although there is queen d5.
Yeah.
to get
Maybe
lots
this
of
is the way to defend it.
But can you also go queen to? Yeah, you don't have to go into this. You can
Queen
also
b6 or
queen
you're gonna
f3.
lose.
Yeah,
Oh, queen f3 here.
yeah. You can also flick in this, but apparently this is not the most effective because I guess you just move your queen back to g7 and
Yeah.
there's no progress made. But one thing again, I just want to drum in on this point that after queen f4. Can we just revisit this king and pawn endgame? Because I just want to break down exactly why it is winning, because a lot of you will be like, well, hang on a second. The black king is also quick. King goes to g7, king goes to e4, king goes to f6. And now what you do is you destabilize the protection on d4 by going f4, and d4 pawn will fall, and that is it. Game over. So no solace there. We also have a result between Shakhriar Mamedyarov against Arjun Erigaisi, a draw. Maybe we can just quickly check in on those two players and just break down exactly what happened.
So we left off far in the beginning.
Yeah.
So it turns out, after take, white decides to go queen c2 and apply that bishop d6 idea. And we have seen quite a liquidation of the pawns and the pieces a little bit. Pretty much the game continued on its natural flow, I would say, with more and more trade-offs. Very similar pawn structure, very similar amount of pieces even. Queen, rook, same colored bishop, same pawn structure. And this game was already heading to a draw, more or less. But there was one difference right now, bishop to a knight, but the rook got some more activity. And we can see this unfolded exactly that way, where bishop and a rook against rook and a knight. We know bishop and a rook is better than rook and a knight. However, the rook's activity compensates for the knight. Yeah. The game progressed, and at this moment, I do remember Jovanka was telling just king f8 and king g7 would hold the draw. There isn't much progression to make. But turns out Arjun Erigaisi did make the progression of the king on the queen side and let go of the a3 pawn for h6. And this is pretty much turned into a draw.
And that's how the players repeated. So overall, a balanced game. Shak, after losing yesterday, will be very happy with that result. And for Arjun, he starts the tournament with 2 draws and a win to move on to +2. I think he will be happy as well as he plays with the white pieces.
So we're 2 draws down, 3 games still remain in our UzChess Masters right now. And I will point out that one of them super exciting. For Vidit Gujarati, Nodirbek Abdusatrov, which did finish in a draw with the same storyline, 0 points out of 2, stops the bleeding today, takes the draw against Abdusatrov. With the white pieces. I think Nodirbek with the same storyline there, as you mentioned, as Arjun Erigaisi, 2 draws and a win. Something to not feel bad about for the Uzbekistan top seed here. I want to head over to the most exciting game currently, and that has to be said for Yakuboev and Hans Niemann. It's really the only one for with maximum pieces on the board. We will go back to Vachier-Lagrave, who's currently trying to squeeze out the win against Mamedyarov. But let's get an update on Yakuboev against Hans Niemann. Hans with a bounce back victory in round 2. Currently, the position says it's balanced, but the board tells a different story. There's a bishop pair advantage that Hans Niemann has. He's doubled up on the A file. It just feels like the A2 pawn, maybe a slight bit more a weakness than the C6 pawn.
Absolutely. And the big question is white has a grip on the dark squares for the time being. So how are they going to make progress here? It's not an easy question, but first let's quickly do an action replay, because when we left it, bishop takes e2 was a possibility. Yes, it appeared on the board, and we pretty much had this position in our analysis.
We did, and the rook moved away from that attack, and then we saw more trades happen, and the dynamic of a C versus an A pawn appear on the board, both sides with the weakness. A very important moment. You just cannot allow white, Nodirbek, Yakuboev to go A4, A5, start rolling up the board with that A pawn. And I think this is a move that Shahzad, you pointed out earlier. Defend that C6 pawn, but also stop the A pawn from moving ahead. Bishop B5 did happen on the board. The knight jump onto the dark squares that you were earlier pointing to. And now finally, as we catch up with the live board, Hans Niemann has just offered a queen trade in this position, making an argument that if you were to take that queen, Rook takes queen. The other rook ready to line up and fight for that a2 pawn.
Yep. Well, this is a super interesting situation right here, right now, because the question is, can white give up the a pawn in order to get control over the c6 pawn? So I'm thinking you go a4.
I will not be surprised if we see that. Let's just back up and see a4. Not only at this moment, I think Yovi's idea, and I saw him reach out. It felt like he was reaching for the a pawn here, Nodirbek, Yakuboyev. a4 here is a very interesting, fascinating option for white, and we might see this position fizzle out pretty quickly. Everything, take it off the board. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen. Take that knight on c5. Take that pawn on a4. Take that pawn on c6. Rook takes rook, bishop takes pawn, bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishops, handshakes. That's our
Be
third
careful,
one.
be careful, be careful. Bishop takes d6. There is a pin.
Handshakes, but only for one side of the,
Exactly.
of the board.
Only one person will
Can
be
we have
happy.
that? Let's just show
Sure.
that because
Yes.
it's so instructive in this position that this is the line that I saw from far away and you just walk into losing an entire piece here.
Yeah. And it's so natural as well. You know, you think you've equalized, but absolutely not. So, okay, this is a danger. Let's kind of walk through this carefully as well, because there were so many possibilities. Rook takes.
Just moving away.
Could you
and
go,
then taking it more
yeah, could you
carefully.
go rook c1?
Feels
But
like-
on rook endgame, those pushed pawns I wouldn't say h4, but e5 itself would be weakness, because if you push your f4, suddenly on the second rank you would have the huge weakness. So the e5 ends up being
Yeah.
the weakness that black can play against, which once those bishops are trading off, probably
Okay,
there is
so
king
let's
marching.
put that one on the board. So Shakhsod is suggesting going rook to d8, bishop takes pawn, and then you get your rook to where it wants to be in life, and that's the rook to d2 or rook to a2. It doesn't really matter.
In the meantime, even g5 is possible to make that pawn very much separated, isolated from the rest, and f4 lacks a possibility.
F4 is definitely not something that white will ever want to do, because once a rook lands on the second line, then there's going to be checkmating ideas, especially if they double up on the second line.
I'm not buying into the argument that black is playing for a win here, guys. This is a 4 versus 4. It's a rook pawn ending. One rook can come off the board right now if you wanted it to. I see the point that you're making with king g7, king g6 ideas, getting that king closer to the e5 pawn. But white will also have a target on f7. And especially at this level, I feel saving this or taking this to a draw for Nodirbek Yakuboyev has to be trivial.
Yeah.
So let's just back up. What's not trivial is Mamedyarov campaign to save his game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, while this one, I think very, very likely to head into a draw. Right now, g4 has been the move of choice for Shamsuddin. He wants to go h4, h5. He's kept black's queen tied up to g7, not allowing any counter checks on b7 either. Where is the activity for black here? You can only shuffle around with your queen and king and just wait for white to do everything here.
There's no activity. And as you mentioned there, Tanya, your only hope in queen and pawn endgames is to create a passed pawn, which was something that we saw Shamsuddin do himself on the defending side of a queen and pawn endgame. Or you want your perpetual checks. So he centralizes the queen, moves it to queen to f6.
Bring the king up.
If you bring
Defend
the,
h4. Go h4, h5. King
Yeah.
g3.
and exactly, this is the whole thing. King to g3 covers the h4 square. Where else to go? Black, as you mentioned, just has to hold firm.
And Mamedyarov currently, he is on the top of the leaderboard. 2 out of 2. 2 fantastic wins for the youngest participant in the field, the lowest seed of the field. He had a backdoor entry into UzChess as a late replacement for Vachier-Lagrave. And he sits atop of the leaderboard. And this is the first game that he's in big trouble right now. Queen f6 played. Yes, it's material balance, but better pawn structure for white. The white queen super active, making sure that the black queen can't get any activity, and a clear, straightforward plan ahead. The only reason we don't see king g3 on the board is because Shamsuddin isn't on his chair right now.
Well, he's just arrived to his chair. Will he make the move king g3 instantly? It's what we are expecting. What Shamsuddin wants to do is just gradually improve the pieces on the board. King g3, slowly moving up the board, h4, h5, and then just force black on a complete defensive. He's taken his time.
Your queen is just overloaded, right? once that pawn gets to h5, you have to take care of g6. You have to take care of d4. Good luck doing that. He makes the move, immediately gets up and leaves. And I don't know if you noticed it, but I totally did. Gives a little bit of a glance at Mamedyarov, asking him, how are you planning to save this, my friend?
Additionally, just queen f4 is even possible. How you want to save all the pawns at once? You cannot go queen e5. We already evaluated that line. Queen.
You cannot trade of queens because the
Yes.
king is super ready to take on d4.
That's a big threat,
That is a
actually.
huge threat.
On queen f4, yeah, there are no more queen b7 checks as we earlier explored. I
And you
mean, no
can't
more
go
ideas.
you can't go g5 either because there's a pin on the board. Because in an ideal world, you'd love it if the black king were on g7. Can we just try to orchestrate it so the white loses a move and the black king is on g7?
Let's do it. So let's go king.
G7 itself?
King g7 and then white will
Let's
put-
go. No, we just go king h2, f2. Just ignore these few moves.
Okay.
King h7. We will just orchestrate this for Yovi. Let's go king g2, king g7, king g3. Just trying to make Yovi's
Yeah,
point
and you
end.
can
And
see,
g5.
look at that. Suddenly this is within drawing.
Yes, and you try to stop the idea on the king side, g5 in the air. So again, for Mamedyarov, even the placement of his king is a
Yes.
win in his position.
Completely. And now you can even, with this pawn formation, you can even think about going queen to e5. So when Mamedyarov made that big mistake, allowing e5, it was just unfortunate that every single piece of his was placed in the wrong square.
Can we just have that position? Because as Mamedyarov tries to work this out, and let's just go one move back here. Again, before g6, it feels like a harmless position for black, you know? You almost get a little too careless here. You feel everything just holds. I just need to place my king on g7, such a natural square. And it's a hand move. How much time did Mamedyarov take to play g6 here?
Just a minute.
Just a minute. And that's why, folks, you have to take a pause.
Yeah.
No matter what the position is, if you've got that extra time on the clock, take your time. G6 from a harmless position to a dead, lost queen pawn endgame. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of technique now. And out of nowhere, you get e5 in. You could have gone queen c3. You could have gone king h7. You could have played pretty much any single move except weaken your own king. G6 just invited e5, e6, and Shamsuddin finding all the right moves since then. Let's catch up with our live
Yeah.
board currently. King g3. You can see it on the camera. For Mukhidin, it's big pressure.
It's a dream position for Shamsuddin, and what a way as well in a queen and pawn endgame. That is karma, and one of the best commentary lessons that I have learned over my years is that players, the top players, are always protecting their king, and they're always thinking about what their opponent wants to do, and that's something that everyone can take.
Add to that, in queen pawn ending, all your elite grandmasters, top players, like you say, Yobi, always want to centralize that queen. And guess which side has a centralized queen here? And which side can't make that happen? Queen e5, impossible. The double pawn, an absolute curse in black's position right now. And for Mamedyarov, he keeps thinking,
Yeah.
but I don't know if he's finding a way out here with no g5, queen f4 a threat, h4, h5 a threat. Mamedyarov might be staring at his first loss of UzChess.
It's looking very likely. Let's bring up the
Did you
multi-board
see
view.
that? Did you see the reaction he just had? What am I even supposed to do? He just put his hands up there,
Can't make a move.
unable to find a response in this position. No good moves in a bad position.
No good moves. I think he has to just accept that he cannot hold on to all of the pawns, and he just has to decide which of those pawns to give away. I think he should give away the d4 pawn. Give
Yeah,
that one away and then see what happens next. Ultimately, this is a lost game. Can we bring up the multi-board viewer? Because I want to just highlight that the game between Nodirbek Yakuboev and Hans Niemann is progressing. It's there in the top middle, exactly the
Wow.
way that we expected. With g5 making an
Wow.
appearance, bishop takes c6 is going to be there on the board. And Hans is arguing, Tanya, that the pawn on e5 for white is going to be a liability. But there's one game we have not checked on. It's on the top. It's in the bottom left between Nicholas Theodorou and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let's quickly check in on that and find out what is happening.
And it did feel at some point that Nicholas Theodorou was trying to push for an advantage. Lots has happened since then. Jan Nepomniachtchi has managed to equalize material. The bishop and the knight have been traded off. Still a bit active for Nicolas in that one as we head over to Nicolas versus Jan before moving on to Yakubov's board there. Let's deep dive into that endgame to try to understand if white can actually push for anything. You know, they often say, Shakhtar, that bishop versus knight, if you have pawns on both flanks, the bishop is a stronger piece. But I'm not sure if that's the scenario just yet because that knight on c5 looks quite dominating.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this position is, I would put still double-edged, you know, but white is the one who is pushing for the win. Considering rook and you just explained there are pawns on the both sides, but you don't have a dominance or anything on the queen side. So you can forget about the queen side for a while, although a4, a5 could be still a tool, you know, you can use later on. On the pawn structure on the king, f7 and h6 look separated.
Oh, we are back. We're back on the camera.
We are back
Hello.
on the camera. Yes.
Everyone.
Yeah. I wasn't sure that was the good thing. No, but I meant myself. I wasn't talking about you, Tanya. It's always fun to have Tanya on the camera.
Well, it's always good to see you, chat. And here we are. Shakhtar, you were making a point for a4, a5 to destabilize the black knight here.
But black doesn't have to do anything, you know. White's idea is eventually just, what is that? Just capture or something? Because that b6 is stable by a7 pawn. Even if you apply and make that idea happen, still you're not getting anything, you know, ahead. Although I would argue there is rook d5 and rook d6 making that pressure a lot more. But at that moment, that even take would be a possibility.
Yes, I hear the points that you're making, and I'm with you. It just feels like too few pawns for Nicolas on that left flank. The doubled F pawns. It's hard to imagine this game going on for too long. Can we quickly move over to the other board that you were talking about, Yobi, where exactly the line that we were mentioning has happened? Yakubov playing it out, and let's just do a slower action replay of that entire sequence of moves with one piece getting off the board every turn.
All right. So that's where we stopped, and we predicted like a4 move. And exactly the first trade-off happened with queen c3, rook takes e3, bishop takes c5, rook takes e5, rook takes a4, and rook ac1.
Yes.
We were at this position.
And this is where I had blundered into a very important line and a very important resource here, because it just felt like, hey, take that rook, pick up the pawn, handshakes, game over. But suddenly, rook c8 and it's game over for me.
Yeah, that I think is a very natural mistake there. But there, of course, Nodirbek did not fall for that one. Rook ac1, and I very much doubt you would have fallen for that one in a real life game.
You're very kind. I did see it from far away, and I kind of rushed into that calculation. But this move's so much stronger because bishop takes pawn is not going anywhere. There's nothing that can actually defend that pawn. And we had the move g5, which I really liked as a resource here. It's not only stopping f4, but it clears the path for the black king to move up the board and eventually find its way to e5. What I want to look at is what happened in the game. We saw a trade. We saw more trades. Take the pawn on c6. Now there's no pin. We saw bishop takes bishop. And very critical moment here because black lines up the rook with that pawn with a direct idea to hit it. Now the first feeling is you can simply defend it, right? You go rook to c5, keep it under control. But I'm not sure if it's under control for too long. You're highlighting the pass to the black king. This might be a 3 versus 2 rook pawn ending.
Yeah.
How trivial is that to hold for white?
3 versus 2, I would say, is quite trivial for white. But if there are all the sets of all the rooks on the board, I would say it's not that easy actually to hold it.
Agreed.
And
so you're aiming that when black picks up that pawn, you're able to trade off a set of rooks.
Yes, that's definitely advisable. But I'm going to say it's not going to be easy at all because if Hans manages to keep all of the rooks and still has that pressure against e5, he will also, if he activates, have pressure against f2. So it's not going to be easy for Nodirbek to hold on f2, hold on e5, and still remain active. So I like you're saying, king to g7 is definitely an idea that black wants to be doing. King to g6, work the magic up the board, and then just mobilize the rook. Let's just kind of try to visualize the future. Now we have the evaluation bar. The players have a lot of time. So question number 1 is, do you just go rook 6, c5?
It's got to be the most natural looking move to defend it. And let's continue with the plan that we had, Shakdad. It's a straightforward path ahead for black. And how are you fighting against?
Would you like to trade, get that rook out of the
Yeah,
board?
I would very much like to trade, please.
We will deny it instantly.
Oh, instantly, yeah.
Okay,
You move it away.
King G2.
Let's bring our king
King
forward.
forward.
Okay, and now I'm ready to meet any king.
One more time.
F5s with
Yeah, maybe it does make sense to just keep
I
pursuing the rook.
also wonder whether it makes any sense to go G4 to lock out the
All
rook.
right. Yeah.
Sorry, the king.
Yes, of course. That's an asset, yeah.
Yeah.
You just hold it. Seemingly, you're not even giving up the pawn.
And somehow, what I really wanted to do as black is get the rook onto H8 and get to H1
Wait.
and try to work all of the angles.
Can you go rook d8 in this position? I just want to go rook d5 and I'm adamant on
D5.
trying to win that e5
But
pawn.
can you go on the passive with rook to C1? And so my idea is if you trade off rooks, I'm more than happy to defend E5 with a passive rook.
Yovi is fully channeling her inner Magnus in this endgame and just making sure not giving even an inch to black in this position. I love the idea of g4 and just keeping everything under
But
control here.
I would prefer black anyways to go
fair.
for. So I make a room for the king to go all the way around,
Well, one thing's clear,
And
that
then
Hans Niemann will make Yakuboev sweat in this endgame a little bit for that
exactly.
draw. So let's back up, because the other player who's making our tournament leader sweat right now, it's Shamsuddin Vokhidov. And Yovanka, your idea with black has been played. King to g7, give Madamino one more move, and g5, at least you'd breathe a sigh of relief if you're black. But guess what? It's white on the move right now, and he's ready to make his response. He did make a decision.
Do we see
What?
that on the board?
I feel like he reached out for his queen, but I'm not able to see the move. If we can get an update, king to g7. Okay, we've got the wrong camera here, actually. It's Yakuboev on the camera against Hans Niemann. Let's have our Uzbekistan youngsters here, Shamsuddin versus Mukhidin, on our screens as we wait for a response there.
Yeah.
And there indeed has been a move by Shamsuddin here after king to g7. Yovanka, can you? I think it's queen to f4.
It is queen to F4.
It's queen to f4. He's gone for the idea that Shamsat mentioned. Any king pawn ending is dead lost for black.
Okay.
You're busted if you trade the queens right now.
And so now the question is, which pawn should Mukhidin give up?
You don't have
I
an
mean, it's
option.
gonna
You
be
have to
d4.
give the d4 pawn, because otherwise I'm not going for the pawn. I'm going for your queen.
Okay, so he moves. What did he go? Queen to E7. Queen takes D4. Comes with a check.
It's on the board. Gives a check.
Okay, so now we have progress. King moves over to H7.
Push that h pawn, Yovi. h4, h5. He first lines up against the g6 pawn. Makes a
Excellent
lot of
technique.
sense.
Excellent technique. Everyone, this is exactly what you need to be doing at home when you play queen and pawn endgames. Centralize the queen. Put the queen so she is maximum power, setting up this whole idea of h4, h5. And did you see the look that Mukhidin gave to his opponent? He's like, oh.
He's been on the struggle here, Madaminov has, and queen to e4 on the board as our live board catches up. Maybe we just make the move on our end as well here. You can't trade queens. King pawn ending. That's a lost one. He's reaching out for his queen. No happy squares. White can pre-move. h4 here.
Exactly. Followed by h5. And as a queen f4 is possibility as well, I would say. If queen is on f6 or somewhere.
Yeah.
He
Or
goes all the
f7.
way the other side of the board. Madaminov here. And
Okay, let's see where it is.
I wonder if we can get a
Can,
angle.
can we get a full board,
A
full
full
view
board angle.
on the players?
Yeah, just to see where he placed the
Yes.
queen. My
'Cause
bet
queen
would
is
be
far
it
away.
went to a7 all the
a7,
way.
right.
That's the feeling. It was a
Is it?
very long hand
Is it
move.
a7 or is it c7?
It
Is
feels like a7.
a7, yes, on the
Yeah.
edge of the board.
Also-
But maybe we can just have the two players on camera and then just have a small analysis board so that we can just focus in on the moves that are occurring right now. This
Yeah,
could be the
let's go full
only
screen
win, the
on the
only win of the round in the Masters.
I wonder, Yovi, who predicted one decisive result today? Who was it? Remind me, Yovi.
It was not
That was-
me.
It's,
Not me either.
it is yours truly. Again, prediction game here. And I am with you. Everything else feels like it's going to be a hard-fought draw all across. But this one, an extra pawn, for Shamsuddin. And what a story it's been for Shamsuddin Vakidov, going down in a queen pawn endgame yesterday against Hans Niemann, one that he defended so incredibly well. It almost felt like he's about to pull off a Houdini, and then in that very last moment, missing a stunning resource there, which would have ended the game on the spot, went on to lose the thread and lose the game as Madaminov looks at his opponent, who looks incredibly determined to redeem himself after everything that happened in round 2.
Yeah. And it's just karma. Shaxot and Tanya. It's just karma that he's doing it in a queen and pawn endgame, knowing how painful yesterday was losing in that final 5th hour to Hans Niemann. But now the story is turned and Shamsuddin is on his way to victory. As we mentioned, a plan for white is just about gradual improvement. H4, H5.
I'm looking for resources for Mukhadin right now. He definitely cannot allow himself to get pinned on that diagonal. I'm expecting when that pawn moves up, Mukhadin will slide his king over and just hope that he can get some trades in. I'm not sure how helpful that is. Maybe we have that line on our board. H4, king g7, h5. Even after pawn takes pawn, there are ideas of the queen landing up on g6 that you need to be careful about in this position. So white takes on h5. And it just feels like the troubles are not over here. Queen f7, the only move.
Queen f7, and now it's a question of how to escort the advanced the f pawn up the board without allowing a perpetual. How to do that?
Shamsuddin is getting ready to make his move. h4 is what we're expecting. Will he have a different approach? Will he hold on with that h pawn and try to improve the position of his king towards the center of the board?
Yeah, this is the big question.
And as he takes a look at this, queen to a7, the last move here. Shamsuddin on the think. Only 2 games remaining. We've had I'm going to say the most number of draws at UzChess in round 3. 3 draws already. Nicolas Theodorou, Jan Nepomniachtchi ends peacefully. That one where we left it. Maybe we just quickly show the end of that position. If we just have this, we will stick with the players' cam as they are. This is how it went. And very soon, the players found a way to shake hands with a repetition right here.
It was pretty much just one extra move.
Just a little bit of a back and forth. Nothing to play for here. The bishop and the knight balancing each other out. The knight with a very active situation. The white rook very active compared to its counterpart. This ended in a draw. We've had 3 draws, 2 games still on. The other one remaining, Nodirbek Yakuboev against Hans Niemann. A pair of rooks are off the board in that one. The white rook defends the e5 pawn. Black is getting ready to go king g6, king f5. But when that happens, white plans to step up with the rook to c7 and start targeting the f7 pawn at the right moment.
Exactly. And if you just keep calm, that's a very easy plan to get that draw. Beautifully highlighted there, Tanya, but on our screens, it's all about one game, and that is Shamsuddin Vakidov against Mukhadin Madaminov. This is the queen and pawn endgame. Let's dive in. The players have a lot of time on the clock, 28 minutes. We can break it down. So first up, we were looking at
Push.
h4, h5. Now, I just wanted to highlight that f4 would be a terrible move, because when it comes to queen and pawn endgames, it's not just about advancing your own passed pawn,
You know what
it's
would be
also
the
about
most-
protecting your king.
The most terrible move in this position,
What's that?
Yogi. f4 was terrible, but just don't put your king on h4.
No, you don't want to be doing that, because queen to f2 would make an appearance. But what I wanted really to drum home in queen and pawn endgames is that when you are the attacker, you have to find a safe place for your king.
Yes.
You always have to protect the monarch. Make sure that you have an escape route from any perpetual checks. And f4 just highlighted, just showed the path. So obviously not that. But what you can do is, now you just want to create a passed pawn. h4 makes perfect sense. h5. But what happens if, let's kind of break it down even more. h4, king goes to g7. What next?
This is what we were looking at, right? You want to create an inroad for your queen, pawn takes pawn, and then black fights against that threat with queen f7. It's 3 versus 2. You have an extra pawn. d6 is a weakness. I'm eyeing the idea of going queen, trying to trade off the queens. I don't know if you want to flick in a check on g4 or directly try to go to f3. to destabilize black's queen and then look at an in-road wire check on g4. So maybe we start with queen to f3. Black doesn't have the resource of trading queens. I'm going queen g4, queen g6 next.
Can we also fine-tune your idea of going h4, h5? Because one thing I know about the endgame is that you should hurry, but you should never rush. So can we fine-tune h5? So first up, I would like to maximize the queen, one more square. So if we rewind this point, instead of h5, can we go queen to e6?
Oh, I like it.
So when h5 comes, it's going to come with an extra power on g6.
My question for queen to e6 would be that I place my queen on c5, and the argument that I'm making is I'm going to try to make it a little bit more difficult for you. Maybe d4 or c5, one of them, and I see the bar go up. So perhaps d4 is maybe just a little bit more active. But queen c5, are you getting h5 in now? By the way, Shamsuddin, meanwhile, getting ready to make a move. He does go in with the queen. He's gone with your idea, Yobi. Great call there. Queen to e6 played.
Okay, this might be the best chance to do it because queen to d4 not possible because
Queen
of queen
f7.
f7 check.
Same problem with queen to c5. You actually end up losing the g6 pawn.
Okay, so you have to stay on the passive, and so you have to defend d6. Queen goes to c7, only move.
Only move. And then you want to go h4.
Yes. Together we make the perfect chess player.
Who would be your top 3 amalgamation of chess players to make the perfect chess player?
Oh, I haven't thought about this, so I'm going to throw it over to Shaksot. Put you on
I
the
mean,
spot.
you have to get positional player. You have to get, I guess, dynamic player, and whoever is perfect at the opening theory.
Yeah.
If you
Yes.
match all of them together, you would
Okay.
get your perfect player.
I'm going to keep
So-
Magnus out of the equation because I think everyone will pick him as one of the 3
Yes.
for sure. So let's keep him out of the equation. If you had to take a pick of 3 to mix them up, have a love child there
All right.
to make the perfect chess player.
I would have Judith in there because her attacking
Yeah.
prowess is just beyond anything I've seen.
From another planet.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Judith would be my attacker.
All right.
Who is my opening prepper? I want someone who poses practical problems.
I would want to put
using
Fabi
psychology.
on my team here. I feel like he's such a universal player as well. He calculates incredibly well. His opening preparation.
I'm not allowed Magnus, right?
No, you're not allowed Magnus. I would say Judith. If I had to pick one in that top 3, would be Judith and Fabi, and you get to pick the third.
Either Sindarov or Abdusator.
Of course.
I like
That's
the
true.
loyalty.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense because you need that hunger of the youth in that team. You know, you
Yeah.
want that ambition, that desire to be at the top. And who better to take than, well, a 19 or a 20-year-old?
So who's our best endgame player?
Well, without Magnus in the count currently,
Vincent. Vincent
Oh,
is
yeah.
very good at the endgame. He
is
grinds
he the
them up.
absolute best?
Is he the absolute best? Well,
Oh, he's definitely a contender for that spot.
yeah.
But I would think that, yeah, we have a pretty good mix. Maybe chat will come up with 3 more names to make the perfect chess player here. Meanwhile, Shamsuddin is playing some perfect chess in this one. Queen e6, do not rush. The motto that Yovi's come up with. And d6 under pressure right now. Black's queen, no time to get active. You have to not only defend d6, but also fight against queen f7 check.
Yeah. Okay, so what to do? Queen c7, to my eyes, you have to grit your teeth.
I mean, seemingly, he's going to lose one of the pawns, you know, sooner or later.
Another pawn.
Yes. I was going
Okay.
to black hold. To my eyes, all 3 pawns are now weak, you know?
Yeah.
One by one.
One
So
by one.
queen
Pick them all
c7,
up.
he has to play that.
It's on the board.
Okay, now should we take a timeout with the king or should
No,
we?
let's go
No, just
direct.
h4,
Let's
h5
go,
then,
let's
right?
go.
Okay,
It's time.
h4. Okay, are you
Let's
afraid
give a
of
check.
d5?
Let's try to activate the queen somehow.
Okay, king g2 or here. I mean, king g2 allows queen f4 maybe. Some kind of
Yeah, let's go
activity.
king
f3,
Yeah.
3.
maintaining this square.
Everything has
And
been
now-
denied, so
Queen takes pawn is a threat. H5 is a threat. Let's go d4, trying to give some checks. I'm not sure
h5
from
again,
where.
I think.
h5.
And queen b7, you have queen e4, and I'm not even sure what I'm achieving in
Hmm.
that.
No, this is a shake hands time if you get to this position.
Feels like that.
Pawn takes pawn. Is there some queen h2 business?
Queen e4.
Well, you could just take on h5 as well, no?
All the pawns are going to be dropping off.
Queen
as-
g6 coming in next. Keep it simple.
Yep. And that will forward check.
Although there is queen g7 holds for a while, but sooner or later, yeah.
Happy to go king g4 as well, king e4 in that as well.
Yeah.
And maybe queen g2 check, and you know you're kind of dreaming of some counterplay,
Maybe we
but
can
it's
put that
only
up on the
a
board.
dream. Yes, let's
So
just
queen
have that.
g7, queen g7, and we were discussing you don't even need to work in any checks. You can just go king to e4,
And then queen g2,
and then you can take. No, you can go f,
f3, king, queen e2.
and then we have our sticky king.
But
and
the king
queen.
can't stick to the pawn and the queen. That would be the
Yeah.
problem. And this is still lost, as our computer is saying. But it's something. The
Yeah,
game
it's a
still
something.
But
goes
hang on a
on.
second. You can
Exactly.
go king to e5.
Right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and,
just-
After take, you
yeah, you
want to
take
trade off.
queen
Oh,
f5.
I love it. I love it.
I might even be a bit sadistic and go after queen takes f2, throw in some queen to g6, pick up the h pawn, and
H pawn
check.
first.
Yeah.
We have a decision,
Okay,
and
we
it's
have
not
decision.
h4. It's another pawn move, and instead it gets awarded a question mark. So perhaps h4 was the way to go here, Yavanka. Instead, we start with d4, and this is slightly surprising.
Look-
You're allowing a third rank. I just want to point out you're allowing a third rank check here. Yes, you keep the option of h4, but it just felt like why give black this move?
Yes, I'm completely on the same page as you, Tanya. Why allow hope? Queen c3 check will at least force the queen back from this beautiful square on e6. Okay, I understand that queen to e3 is the big idea, but it was unnecessary because now you have to take a little bit more care of the king.
And of course, Shamsuddin still keeps a big chunk of his advantage. You know, all the ideas still in the air. He may even plant his pawn on d5 if he's allowed. Really squeeze the position out there. You know, increase the suffering for Mamedyarov right now. Can we see what happens after queen to c3? It feels like the only active move in the position.
Queen e3
Back
has to be
to.
played. Back to queen c7. I say, please, please, please.
Oh, maybe that's his idea, you know, setting
wants
up
to
his
go
pawn to
d5.
d5.
Aha.
And then later on h5, h4. But that pawn progression, as you
Well,
pointed out, weakens the
It's
king.
happening.
It's
Queen e3.
unfolding. The action, we're calling it, guys. I think we can pat ourselves on the back. We've called quite a bit of it.
Yep. And then the question is, does Mukhadin have to go queen c7? Can he
Queen
kind of
e7
go?
is a threat.
Yeah.
You want to go for activity? He
I
does go
wanted to-
back.
Yeah. Okay. He went back, and then I guess we're going to be seeing d5.
It's the only explanation for the move d4. Otherwise, you just rush with h4, h5. And right now, for Shamsuddin, there's enough time on the clock to work this out. He can put the queen on e4 as well. He could go d5. But I do like the idea of really squeezing down black with d5.
Yeah. I mean, queen e4 is interesting because if d5, you want to go queen e5.
Yeah, I didn't just walk
Yes.
into a blunder. Just want to clarify that.
Very
It's
nice.
too sophisticated. I like d5. I like to start with d5 in this position for white.
Yep. D5 makes a whole lot of sense, and the players are already on move 47, so they've gotten that extra half hour on the clock. No time trouble ensuing. Let's quickly check in on Nodirbek Yakuboev against Hans Niemann because they're on move 35. Then rook and pawn endgame. We saw f3 being played. So big idea is basically, as Tanya's highlighted, the king steps up to f5, the rook will come to c7, and the black king cannot infiltrate any more. It has to take a step to the side, and that will be an easy draw.
And as we switched cameras, I did notice that Shamsuddin did plant his pawn on d5, so making life even harder for Mamedyarov in that one. As we move over to this rook pawn ending, Hans Niemann, it feels like the most he's going to get is a confident hold, but it has been a confident hold. With the black pieces, never in trouble in this one.
Mm-hmm. Well, the question though is somehow you always felt that Nodirbek was on the back foot, even though he was the one playing
Wow,
white.
wow. There is
So-
an interesting thing happening with pawn
Okay.
g4.
He's played king f2, g4, and well, it's got some interesting ideas. He's saying f takes g4, rook takes g4, and he wants a situation where the king can step up to f5 in good faith and try to win the e-pawn. But we saw Tanya's remedy though. Tanya said every time your king comes up to f5, you just go rook c7. All good
All
in the
good.
world.
Yeah, it's hard to understand. While it's a flashy move, g4, with such few pawns left and another trade coming up, you're not going to have enough to make something out of this. F7 always a backward pawn, but I have to give it for Hans Niemann. He's finding interesting ways of keeping the game going. And that's exactly what got him the point yesterday against Shamsuddin. Just the thought that it's not over yet. We keep fighting.
Exactly. I mean, why make your opponent's life easy? Why not force him to find the correct ideas? Like here, we saw that, for instance, after g4, white can take on g4 with f takes g4, rook takes g4, and then king f3. Maybe we can just highlight this so everyone can see. King f3, and then king f5. And you have to understand that you don't sit passively defending the e-pawn. You go on the counter offensive with rook c7, target f7. And now, here that the rook is no longer participating in the attack, you just go rook c5 and say, stand still.
Okay, there are moves on the board, and that is king e3, not even taking that, not rushing. Oh, wow. And we have that f4. I wanted to say whether that f4 makes a difference or not, you know, because you got in the back this weakness, but that king reaching, penetrating, that f7, you know, leaving
I'm
off of
slightly
7.
surprised with this decision.
It was unnecessary, right?
Yes,
It's not the
seems
simple
banal.
life.
No, it's not, because you pointed out the g3 pawn, the light squares. There's a check that black can give instantly, march up with the king. Why take these chances here instead of just trading off? So Nodirbek Yakuboyev, while the bar doesn't react, which means that the position's still level, I wonder if precision will be required later on by him.
Right, like for instance, right now as black, you can play rook a3 check.
Okay, king has to come back to defend g3.
Yeah, and then king steps back, rook a2 check.
And I have to
More?
stay
And you go
connected
king
to g2.
and yeah, where are
F1?
you going to go? You're going to go f1.
Okay.
And already
King f5, f4.
I am kind of tempted to go king f5.
And I think what white is making a case for is I plant my rook on c4 and I say access denied. I'll use my king to defend g3 whenever you put pressure on it.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting still.
And it's super interesting actually, because there was a little pitfall that I wanted to point out before, that you guys stepped the king back to f1. A lot of us wouldn't have considered that because you're stepping on the back rank. But after king to e3, then the situation becomes a lot more complicated because you go rook to g2.
Exactly.
And suddenly, okay, the evaluation bar says
That's
it's completely
crazy.
fine,
That makes
But-
no sense.
but it doesn't feel fine.
No, not at all. You lose the g3 pawn. And again, sitting on that side of the table, you are never walking into this voluntarily. By the way, we see something similar being played out right now. A check has been given. King has fallen back to f2. So we might see this line come to fruition. And white is relying on not allowing the black king activity on the light squares by placing his own rook on the 4th rank at an opportune moment.
Yeah.
So still in the balance, and Yakuboyev doing a fine job of holding this. A check. Let's just wait at this moment to see how he responds. I would be shocked to see king e3 and he doesn't even take a moment. King to f1, making sure that you don't have any rook to g2. And for king f5, the response of the rook falling back, not allowing the black king a path forward. Maybe we just show that with the arrows right now, Shakzat. King f5, king e4. Can we just check king f5, rook c7? If white starts getting greedy, is black dangerous with king to e4? Of course it's 0.0. What else will it be?
Although he has to make very accurate move here. If he goes to
Hang on.
dead
It's
g1, you
coming
know.
right now. Okay, is he
He's
going to
stop
go?
it. He's going to stop it with rook c4.
Yeah, that's the most practical try. To go rook to c7 feels like it's madness. Yes, he stops it. It's the easiest path to equality. Never make a rod for your own back.
No, that would just be asking for so much trouble right now. This one very likely to end in a draw. Now that he's managed to consolidate everything, Yakuboyev has the king on f1 will defend g3, rook a3. You simply step up with the king. The rook on c4 doing a fine job of cutting off black's king on that 4th rank. With that, let's go up to the other game. Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave versus Mukhadin Mamedyarov right now, and we see that the pawn has landed on d5. That's been the only difference from when we last left it. And h4, h5. The principle of two weaknesses. You have to get that going to make progress here. But he first nicely takes control of any check on c3. Just a beautiful spot for the queen. Is it now? Is h4 coming on now?
It should be, I think, you know, he progressed to the maximum. What he wants to progress. The king, I think he is on a good spot. The pawn, we know that will create more weakness to check around the king.
But are you looking at h4 and black going h5? Is that something that but then you take
Oh,
and go queen
yeah.
g5.
Yeah, but then you
Yeah.
can go queen f7.
Can we take a look
And,
at that?
yeah, definitely. Let's head there. h5. You want to be oops. And then
Oh, you gotta be
queen-
careful, really careful, because I'm threatening queen g4 a check as
Yes.
well.
So
Which
you-
is why you were advocating for queen g5 here. And then queen f7.
Queen f7 kind of keeps everything knitted together. You know, I think
look at that.
this one
Look at
is not
that.
going to be easy.
It keeps going down and down and down and down and down.
Well, it's not going to be easy to defend, but suddenly it's going to be a lot harder for white to win this one. So,
But there is in between move, of course. Before any captures, you can go for this trade,
oh.
limiting the
Clinical.
queen's ability.
And if you go
Immediate.
queen g7.
You pick
Oh,
up
you
d6.
pick up d6, yeah.
Mhm.
Queen has to stay there.
Yep. Okay.
Although it allows t3 check, you know.
Yeah. You can, that's really interesting. So let's, the queen to e6 is the only intermediate move that will make life simple, right, Shakzad?
Yes.
Yes. So super interesting. White has a clear path forward, but for Shamsuddin, he has to check out h4, h5, and just calculate that he has the possibility to play queen to e6 and in between move. Otherwise, as we saw, if he just plays a tempo, it's not going to be that easy. If we have a situation where white has these pawn islands, not going to be easy at all. So do we have a move?
I mean, Shamsuddin is taking his time.
He's
not
well, he has
rushing,
not a
yes.
time on the clock. I mean, he's past move 47. He has that 30-second increment that he can play with.
But it's really fascinating to me that Shamsuddin did not rush with h4, h5. You know, he improved the position of his pawn from d3 to d5. He's planted his queen to a square, which really ties down Madaminov's activity with his own queen. And only now, after, like you mentioned, maximizing every single thing on the board, does he make progress with the 3 versus 2 on the right flank. And I don't think you want to push the f-pawn. You need that as a bridge, as a soldier for your king to hide against any check on the 3rd rank. You know, f4, and I'm already looking at ideas like queen to a7, give up that pawn, and the queen will enter with a lot of checks on that line.
Yeah, and that's something that we've always discussed. Queen and pawn endgames, you gotta look after your king. f4, queen a7, great move there from Tanya. h4, the most natural plan. I don't see what else Shamsuddin can do. And just to put it up on our boards, suddenly, like there's no good hiding place for the king. You can't hide out on h4 because the queen f2, checkmate. Something we
It's
saw.
like you're finding, you know, the worst move possible on the board.
Yeah, but normally
other way
this
around.
is how I actually visualize queen and pawn endgames. I am always like, where can I hide the king? And this is the problem. King cannot hide out on h4. It would be a whole different story if you could. If that g-pawn were not there, then you could go, yes, I have a hideout on h4.
It's very instructive because you do need your king to have safety spots. It's the most important factor of these queen and pawn endgames. Is Madamino. We saw him earlier rotating on his chair, just revolving, just waiting to see his opponent's response right now. We're all expecting h4, h5. What, you know, yesterday, Shamsad, we were discussing about percentage for wins. How much do you give
No, I would put
Shamsuddin?
90% here. yeah.
90%? I think you're underestimating Shamsuddin.
Oh, really? 90% is quite high, you know. It is like 9 out of 10 scenarios, I'm saying, you know. He's going to get it.
But you know, the fact that, okay, there you go, h4. Now I would settle on 95%. I wasn't sure, you know, that he was hesitating and thinking for a long time. I thought, oh, and because he didn't rush with h4, instead he just like maximized the d pawn. So now this is going to be the only decisive result of the game, as we have a draw between Nodirbek Yakubov and Hans Niemann.
And maybe we just showed the last position right there as Shakzad is putting that up in front of us. And it's exactly as we predicted. You know, there were a lot of checks, repetitions there. By the end of it, the white rook making sure that there's no infiltration by Hans's king there up on the light squares. Everything guarded, everything defended. I think for Hans, the good takeaway from this game is that he was never in trouble from the opening. A very confident start to it, a very confident end to it. If anything, he was dictating the terms in the end game. And the takeaway for Nodirbek Yakuboev is that sure, he was under pressure, but he kept it together without too much difficulty. So both players happy with this result?
I think not for Yakuboev because he had the white pieces. You want to be applying some pressure
Yes.
on your opponent. You want them to answer some questions, and Hans just passed that test with flying colors. And in fact, it was Yakuboev in the final position who had to find the most accurate path to draw. So definitely he will have to go back to the drawing board and just work on his Catalan a little bit more, make the h4 idea a little bit more poisonous. But one game remaining in the Masters between Shamsuddin Vahidov against Mukhadin Madaminov and their h4. Is there any save at all for Madaminov?
I do feel like the trick with black going h5 here and forcing white to find queen e6 could be a critical moment. We did see that if black plays h5 here, if Madaminov goes for that idea, which he doesn't, he places his queen on an open file. I just want to point out queen c3 is still not possible, so no more checks there, which mean that white could continue with the plan.
Yeah, but one thing, if h5 really happens,
Yes.
which means he's going to get rid of that g pawn, and he can protect that h6 in case of queen g6 check from c1, which is letting, of course, d6 pawn, and maybe some checks from behind.
Ooh, maybe let's just show that on the board. So to put that idea there, h5, which looks like you're just going according to plan, pawn takes pawn, queen c1, and queen takes d6. You also have the threat of queen g5, picking up the h5 pawn with a check.
Oh, and suddenly feels like a windmill mechanism. First up, h pawn falls, but then you can't hide on f1 because the queen will come to c1. This could very well be an important drawing resource. And by the way, Tanya, it's between you and me in the prediction game. So if Mukhadin loses,
If
Shamsuddin
history has
wins.
taught us anything, Jovanka, just anything at all.
Okay, okay.
I'm hedging that my prediction, I think it's going to be the right one today.
I also feel that's the right one as well. But as we've seen, queen and pawn endgames notoriously tricky. And everything is going to hinge on whether Mukhadin at the right time can play queen c1 and start giving a few checks. But as the players are deep in thought, they have plenty of time to think it out. We are going to go on a short break. When we return, of course, we're going to dive into the action and find out whether Mukhadin and Shamsuddin will finish in a decisive result. See you in a few minutes. We are back and one game remaining in the Masters. That is between Vachier-Lagrave Shamsuddin against Madaminov Mukhedin. It's both players. They are fighting hard for Vachier-Lagrave. Will he manage to secure a win here with his 1 pawn advantage in a queen and pawn endgame? If he does that, he'll be the only win in the Masters of the round. For Madaminov, tournament leader, it's all about survival here as he activates his queen in order to find that much desired perpetual check. And the question is, do you think that for Shamsuddin, the fact that it's a queen and pawn endgame is both a blessing or a curse?
It's definitely in his mind, everything that's happened yesterday. I did see Mukhedin right now. Just give him a little bit of a stare as he was walking away. Shamsuddin was there. Everything that's happened yesterday in round two to Vachier-Lagrave, that has to be on his mind, which is why I think we see this extra cautious approach by him. You know, he's sort of not so confidently going in with that H-pawn. He wants to keep everything under control. But the thing is that at some point you need to cash in and he'll have to take those big decisions. The best way to get over what happened yesterday in a queen's pawn ending would be a win with the white pieces today for him. And I will add to that, if somehow Madaminov is able to make magic happen and survive this, I don't think Shamsuddin wants to get into another queen's pawn ending in UzChess. He will be done with all of that for the rest of the tournament.
Exactly. Oh my goodness me. If it doesn't work for him, I agree. He will never go into a queen's pawn endgame again.
Can we just quickly show the last few moves that have happened since we left it last? We went on a break. We were talking about the idea that Shamsuddin has to pose the bigger threats with pushing the H-pawn. Let's just back up a few moves right now.
All right, let's have a look at on our bigger board. So, okay. I think we are looking at the live board. We want to see the analysis board.
We'll pull up our analysis board shortly as we are waiting for that to come on. And we'll take you through the action. This is the current position right now. And the queen has stepped back. We see Madaminov make that move. And again, now the question is, at some point to break through, Shahzad, Yavanka, white has to play h5.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't... yeah, you cannot progress your king. You cannot progress your f-pawn. I think the only asset you have to push the game further, to create challenges for the opponent, would be pawn h5.
Mm-hmm. It makes most sense, right? Because you cannot push the f-pawn up the board because the white king is going to be left exposed to checks. So the only move is h5. Now the question is how to do it. Do you need to improve the queen? Is she good enough on e6? Does she need to move to f6? You know, get that little bit closer to the black king.
But that's the spot that the queen moved from. It came to e6 from f6. So for Shamsuddin, does he realize that that's the more ideal scenario, or does he want to keep the d5 pawn defended? I'll also point out that if you go h5 right now, after a trade, there's the opening up of the g line, a direct access to some checks that you need to calculate will be available for Madaminov to deliver via the g7 square, which is why he's just retreated his queen. You know, he defends d6, he's setting up, preempting the idea of the g file opening up, and Shamsuddin ready to make his move. By the way, 8 minutes on the clock currently. So it is ticking down to those final few moments as well.
Yeah, it is ticking down. The players do get an extra 30-second time bonus per move. So there's no serious time issue just yet. But there we are seeing Shamsuddin just carefully calculating. At some point, he just has to break with h5. But he can repeat the position a few times.
You know, but Yavanka, again, I think the point you made earlier, everything that happened yesterday, missing the resource of Queen F7, it feels like the ghosts of past are surrounding Shamsuddin. He's taking so much time on every single decision. He hasn't confidently gone for the idea of h5 when all his pieces were accurately placed to execute it. Moving around, pushing that pawn to d5 all the way. You know, Madaminov, meanwhile, has kept pace on the clock. He's kept his queen on the most active square. Yes, the bar says it's busted for black. And objectively it is. But from a player perspective, you never want to open up your king. You never want to give open lines for checks here. At some point, Shamsuddin needs to make peace with that and go h5.
Yep, absolutely, 1000%. What is he going to do? Is he going to do it now? Is he going to go queen f6? The queen has just come back from there. Will he try to repeat the position one more time and then do the pawn break? it's not a threefold repetition just yet. Okay, so decisions for Shamsuddin, and as the clock starts to tick down, look at that, 6 minutes 30 ticking down.
I'm starting to get a bit concerned about this situation. Shamsuddin has had this advantage for now over 20 moves, for a long time on the clock as well. But the progress hasn't been there in the position. He's pushed that H pawn, but H5 needs to arrive. As we do have the analysis board, I think we're going to take a look at that. And we backtrack to where we left it last. In this moment, H4 did happen. White wanted to set up H5, but there we see that with the idea of queen to C7, there was a sneaky little threat here, a trap almost that seemed to have been set. If white goes H5, you'd keep an advantage, but it's scary to play this because pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Suddenly the queen goes all the way back, and sure, you can pick up the D6 pawn, but there are checks on G1, but also checks on G5 to take care of in that position. I think after queen takes pawn, queen G5, you pick up the H5 pawn with a check. And as a player who needs to calculate this from afar, it starts feeling a little uncomfortable for the white king. And you're not sure. You don't have the bar telling you that this is completely winning, and the white king hides.
No, maybe we can actually demonstrate where the white king hides, because a lot of us have been thinking, where on earth is it going to go? Is it going to go around the whole board? So first up, the king has to move to a checking square. Queen will come and take the pawn on H5. And now you can start running. But where is its home?
It feels like it should be around the pawn and the queen at the front of the board. King E3, King D4, King C5, but also watch out for ideas against that F2 pawn. For example, you give a check from G5. If your king steps up to D4, there's a check from H4 suddenly. And the F2 pawn feels a bit low. There's a check from D2 as well. And the F2 pawn falls.
Yeah. This queen endgames are usually unexpected, you know? One check you miss and suddenly you find yourself at perpetual checks.
This is
So you
trickier.
gotta take care of it.
Absolutely. This is trickier than what the bar suggests, I think. And the more time that Shamsuddin takes, now he's under 4.5 minutes. I think that percentage, which had gone up to 95, might be dropping down in the 80s right now.
To the 80s. That's still
80s.
pretty high.
70s? What do you say?
Yeah, I would put it at the 70s. I would say 75%.
25.
Yeah, especially with the clock ticking down.
Yeah.
Because this is not a position where you can just calculate until the very end. You have to, at some point, make that assessment.
And just go for it.
Exactly.
Because there's no more improvement to be done. You've won a pawn, you've maximized your queen, you maximize the D pawn, the king can't start marching forward. So you have to just will yourself to create another weakness. And Shamsuddin, what he's trying to do is keep everything under control.
Yeah.
He's trying to just make sure that black gets no activity. And finally, he does put the queen back to where it came from, still delaying the decision to go H5. And now, for Mamedyarov, he could simply put the queen on D7, the square that it was at, and start threatening the G4 pawn as well.
It would be a repetition basically right now, one time already. We were at that position.
Yes.
That's the second time. And I think it's the time for Shamsuddin to take that H5. If you want to play around, there is a chance that might happen again, you know. They might get to the same position, and that's the last thing, you know, Shamsuddin wants.
Yeah.
We're seeing that being played out. If king goes to G3 to defend that pawn, then this is the exact same position that we had just a few moves ago. And for Mamedyarov, he knows what he has to do. King steps up, put the queen back to C7, and then ask a question.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the position would have repeated twice, but not 3 times, which is what you need in order to claim the draw. So you can still go king to G3, queen to C7, and then break out with H5.
Which again, one more time, you gotta calculate and take care of queen C1 ideas.
And should we just deep dive into that and see how difficult a path it is for Vachier-Lagrave to work that out? Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Queen G6 is a massive threat on the board. So for black, you need to find activity via queen to C1. Does it help to give a few checks? Let's say I start with queen F7 check here. I drive your king back. I give another check on F8. I drive your king forward. And my point is that after queen to E7 check, only when your king is on H8, I grab on D6, and now H6 is not defended. And I'm wondering if I can use that at some moment.
Well, the queen will come back to
And that's a progress
G5.
compared to normal situation, of course, yes.
every small thing counts. Every small detail matters.
Yep. And now again, where to hide the king? You go king to e3. And now the queen will come give some checks.
I wonder if I can go f4.
F4 even. Yeah.
Well, then if you go f4.
And I'm just making a case for my queen defending both pawns, and now I'll match up the board with my king.
Yes, but you still have to find me the hiding place.
King e4, king f5, king e6 if you allow.
Okay, you're going to hide out on f6, e6.
Yes.
Okay, so queen to g1.
King
Let's get
e4.
going and let's check again.
Let's go to f5. You know my path.
Yep.
Okay, let's go to G2. The check's gonna
Yes,
end
thank
almost.
you very much, queen g2.
Okay. No,
But one more check. Two more
Yeah.
checks, but sooner or later, yeah, after king f6, king f7. I
And
guess
it's a good
you-
technique actually to actually find a home for the king opposite the enemy king, because then you can do some counter checks. Like here, you can go queen to e5, and now if there is a check, the king is going to be moving. The white king is going to be moving with a check.
and a checkmate as well to follow then. All right, so Shamsuddin, the path is, I would say that with the time that he has, by the way, a minute and a half now on the clock. And h5 still hasn't arrived. In fact, he hasn't even gone king g3. Let's go back to our live board. We're working out the lines that would lead to victory. But with a minute and a half on the clock, how easy is it to work this out? And he's not rushing with the king. I'm wondering what does he want if it's not... Okay, he goes the
Alright.
other way. But
Yeah, that's what I wanted to argue. What's the difference between king f3 and g3? Will that kind of play out differently? Because now you're not allowing any queen g1 checks, you know?
No, but the queen can move and give a check on another square. So can you go queen c? Can
Queen
you give
c7.
up? Can you give up the
From
yeah.
c2 to d3,
Yeah.
d5. But at that moment, queen d6 is going to protect this.
yeah. Oh, this is so nuanced by Shamsuddin. To place the king on f3, let's just draw that arrow that there's no check on g5 at the end of h5 or on g1 in a lot of those lines. So you're just making sure that now queen c1 means nothing.
Exactly, you just take it. No queen g5 check anymore.
Although there's a check on h1,
Yes.
but the difference is you're not going to pick up h5 with a check.
Yeah, I mean, there is a time to protect it as well.
You might not even pick up h5.
Yeah.
But you are gonna go queen to g2 though. If you go king g4, queen
Maybe queen
g2.
d1 check, you know, to pick up that. Yeah.
And the difference here is that you'll pick up that pawn one way or another, but not with a check on the board.
Exactly.
And that's a huge difference because white gets that move to start activating his own queen. So king f3, not without its idea. By the way, Shamsuddin now a minute and a half gets up and leaves. It's pressure on Mamedyarov as he realizes, and look at that, once again, a throw of the hand in the air there by Mamedyarov, not being able to work out how does he keep the balance going. And speaking of balance, how balanced was this game from the start? Really quick out of the Royal Pairs, out of the Spanish opening, pieces off the board, the minor pieces off the board, only the majors remaining. You know, the rooks were traded as well. And then one error is what's caused all this suffering to Mamedyarov. Just one small rushed hand move.
He goes for queen c7. Okay. He makes the move. I think time for h5. And now we're going to see. What do you say? Will he push h5 now? Will Shamsuddin make that h5?
He has to do it. I mean, come on, Shamsuddin. Now you really have maximized everything. The king also in its ideal situation currently. You know, the queen from f6 guards any checks on c3. It has to be h5. If not now, then when?
Now or never. I mean, there's only so much.
You're going to say
Maneuvering.
100%?
No.
If h5 happens, I'm back to the 90s.
No. He's going to make that h5 100%? Or what do you say?
And then the fact that Vachier-Lagrave, okay, he's just returned to his seat. Because I'm looking at the time control and it looks like it's down to 42 seconds. But I suspect that it's just counting down to that extra 30 minutes that he's going to get.
Okay,
I
come
mean,
on,
didn't-
play h5. You have to go h5 now. You need to make progress in this queen's pawn endgame. And it feels like white is being too cautious. He's about to make his decision. And I think it's h5. Make that 100% on h5 for me.
Well, take that
Pulls
decision.
back, 17 seconds.
14 seconds.
14. Whoa! We are
Yeah.
down to
No, it's the
5
clock.
It's
seconds.
the clock. I think it is ticking down to the extra 30 minutes.
Whoa! King to G3.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he gotta be very careful. There is a possibility of threefold repetition.
And this
Yes.
is exactly what Mukhadin is counting on. He will be there vigilantly marking in his mind. Repeated this position twice. If you get to it again, it's going to be a threefold repetition. And for Shamsuddin, that would just be heartbreak all over again if he does not win this one.
But is he trying to set up like Zugzwang or something? Because it's not the same right now on the moves, you know?
No.
Earlier on.
I know what you mean. And just to put that on the board, if black goes queen to d7, we've had this position before, but with black to play.
Yes, black to play. Queen c7, queen g1 check. You know, we had that idea. And now I
Yes.
look at it.
It's now white on the move.
Yes.
So now h5 just comes in and crushes the position, right? No counterplay for you.
Yeah.
So he's sort of done a bit of triangulation here by Shamsuddin, but it just feels, again, incredibly nuanced right now. Very subtle stuff. By the way, he made that last move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah.
King g3, queen to d7 superficially looks like it's a position that's happened before. And yes, it has. But the side to move has been different. And queen to d7 allows h5 in a perfect scenario. If not, what's going to be the move of choice for Mamedyarov to keep the pressure on, keep the chances of c1, queen coming on to c1 alive? Can you go queen c1 immediately, or is it queen f7 that's the deterrent?
If you go queen c1, you'll have to work out what happens after queen f7. And do you want to go down that path? Again, you have to visualize, where is the white king going to hide from the checks? And look at that. The evaluation box is not that easy to dodge. Queen to g1,
It looks like the
I
only
mean,
way.
you have the room to.
king f3,
And queen d.
queen h1, king e2, and then there's no way to pick up the d5 pawn, which is the most important pawn. If you pick up h4, then the d6
Oh, no,
pawn is going to fall, but it's still
by
not
no means
easy.
easy. Yeah.
No, but yes. Okay, well, the evaluation bar is saying that even that is a win.
But that's the thing.
But
Shamsuddin has had this opportunity to go into these endgames so many times. He doesn't believe it's a win. He believes that his king is out in the open. At some point, you got to bite the bullet and just go into it. Otherwise, there's no progress. But right now, first question to Mamedyarov, does he enter with his queen and change this comfort dynamic that he's had for so many moves? Does he force Shamsuddin into these lines?
I mean, he has to. Otherwise, looks passive, you know, relatively. You either allow h5 or you let d6 happen. Okay, he made the move, and
It's queen to d7.
it's queen to d.
But now h5 comes without giving black the
Yeah.
counter chance of infiltrating with the queen.
yes, and do we have any funny business with trying to, again, you have to work it out so quickly. h5, do you have any possibilities of a
Okay, he
queen
doesn't have that
F5
much
check?
time. He needs to make a move.
He needs to
He
make-
made the
Whoa,
last move
5
with 2
seconds.
seconds on the clock. Can we get
Whoa,
a
whoa,
close up?
he, well,
No,
wait,
but
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
he's
wait.
got
He's
time,
got
he's got
time.
time.
He's got time.
He's got time.
Oh,
The 30 minutes was not
Okay.
added. It needs the clock to run out.
Yeah,
for
we
those
need to
extra
change
30
that system. Like we so need to have it that, you know, as soon as you pass move 30, you get that 30 minutes on the clock. It's easy for everyone to see. But yeah, we were getting a little bit worked up there.
It was terrifying to see that last move being played with 2 seconds on the clock. Felt like he barely made it to time control, but now with 30 extra minutes, he's going to sit down, work his way, navigate his way through the calculations. And I think everything he's done with the triangulation, the movement of the queen, this is the moment.
Okay,
Finally,
question for
H5.
you. Question for you guys. So I was thinking whilst we were on the countdown, and I was thinking, what happens if white goes h5
Mhm.
and after pawn takes h5, queen f5 check?
Wo-
Do you
oh.
want to go into that king and pawn endgame? I mean, this one requires deep calculation, and maybe you don't want to be touching it because it's impractical.
But can we just have that for everyone watching
Okay,
on
yeah,
the
sure.
board as
Let's have a
well?
look.
I
But
think it's important
personally,
to
I
show
wouldn't go
Yogi's
for
idea.
it. Yes.
Yeah, I also don't like king and pawn endgame, so I would not be touching it. But this is a way to get a victory.
And king g7, you come up with your king.
You come up.
You're
and-
going to pick up the h pawn. And
Ah,
it's
yeah,
a
you're
race.
on time actually. Yeah.
And the idea is that now you pick up the h6 pawn. If black goes towards the d5 pawn, you come back with your king, and the f pawn is super fast. Let's just show that really
But
quickly.
you gotta be careful because not king g5, you know? It's gonna be specifically has to be king g6.
King G6.
You have to shoulder the black king. So after king takes pawn,
Let's go that line, you know? Oh,
Wrong
you see
step, right?
how much it's dropping. So
Okay.
you gotta be very accurate
Okay,
because
can we show why
Yes.
this is a draw? Let's king takes pawn.
and now king e6.
king
And now-
e6. Now you waste that tempo.
Yes.
Not only you waste the tempo, you can go king to g6, but the problem is black goes king e7.
Yeah.
And you just don't have king g7, black comes up.
Yes.
You don't
Oh.
get f5. And if you push f5, black goes king f8 and blocks that pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I completely agree. A very instructive drawing technique there. So if you go into this, let's rewind and go to that critical moment. So it's only a victory if you put your king on g6. The whole point is that the black king cannot run for the f2 pawn because the white king will just slide over and just pinch off the d6 pawn. And in this situation, yeah, the king will just rush. And there you go, easy. But in the race situation, the king has to step to g6, so that after king takes pawn, now f4 comes. H5
And
on the board.
Shamsuddin has gone for h5. He
And-
doesn't go for the king pawn ending, which would have been winning, but he keeps it easy. He keeps it simple on the board. Pawn takes pawn. The moves are coming in fast and quick, Jovanka. It's finally happening.
Okay, so now we've got the queen and pawn endgame, but you know, with some calculation, okay, admittedly it has to be deep. He could have navigated to a king and pawn endgame that was completely winning.
A forced win.
Yeah.
But the point is, right, king pawn ending, you miss one line and it's a draw. There's no coming back
Completely.
from it.
Completely agree. There's there's like 100% or it's going to be a draw.
Yes, there's like literally
Nothing.
nothing else, you know. And right now, this is a long-term win. You don't have to be precise here. In a king pawn ending, you need to make sure you've spotted the move king to g6 and not king to g5.
Right.
That's giving away half a point in one move.
But the only thing I would say is that Shamsuddin rushed with g takes h5.
Oh.
He did not
see.
pause to consider the alternative.
And
And if he
Yeah.
does not win this queen and pawn endgame,
Oh yeah, that would hurt.
oh, he is gonna be so mad with himself. Okay, but it's looking good for Shamsuddin. He's gone
There's
for practical.
something about Shamsuddin, queen moves on the f file that always gets missed. Queen f7 yesterday, queen f5 today.
Queen e8 being played, and now, okay, you have your choice. Queen to f5, queen takes pawn is possible.
I think queen takes pawn is likely because even opponent takes back, the control is on your side, you know? He will be giving the checks, you know? He will be the controlling side.
Yeah.
We have seen that situation, but the black was constantly chasing this king. Okay. I want to point out this, but suddenly there is knight move. But anyways, check and one more step forward.
Can you check? Yeah, okay, this is simple. I was trying to trade off the queens just to get that 100%. You know, I was trying to get for some queen d7 check.
Suddenly even there is no more checks for this queen.
You'll
Yeah,
have to
with
give it
queen
only from
g6.
g6. It's the only square available. And do you go h4 and say no more checks?
H4 even.
All right, by the way, we have this position on the board. Live action, let's keep true to that. Queen takes pawn has happened by Mamedyarov, the line that we were looking at as well. We'll have that on our analysis board. And the big difference with the way Shamsuddin has made this happen is that it is white on the move right now. Queen e7, d6 feels like the most human way to progress.
Totally agree. And so for Shamsuddin, he just has to work out where to hide the king. It's not quite possible to play queen to d7 check and try to trade off queens, because what he's hoping for is that the king runs to the g line and then he'll have queen to g4, but you cannot force the king to
So
leave.
after queen to
the h
d7,
line.
king goes to h8.
Yeah,
What you're
this
saying.
is what I'm saying. King h8.
Queen c8 check, king h7.
Yeah. So it makes way more sense to do queen to e7 check, and then you have that clear path.
Keep pushing the pawn.
Yeah.
Up the board. And black's running out of checks really soon. And there you have it. The path has been figured out by Shamsuddin, who did keep everything under control and was extremely precise. Slow, but precise in his execution.
Slow but precise, and it doesn't matter how many moves it takes you to win as long as you get there. Queen to e7, and this is beautiful stuff. Now the king will just slide back.
Look at that. It's the
D6.
60th move. the players, if there's no resignation on the spot, the players will need to pick up a new score sheet. And Shamsuddin is just waiting with one hand on it. Are you going to play this on? Do I need to pick up the new score sheet here, Madaminov? Or do we just shake hands right now?
Yeah. And those are very real issues, right? Because if you're going to resign, you might as well resign now, knowing that the score is inevitable.
You know, I look at Madaminov not making a move at this point. He does decide he wants to play on, plants the king on g8, expecting Shamsuddin to now push the pawn up the board, as the new score sheets are indeed picked up.
They are indeed picked up. And as we saw here, it is possible for white to play d6. That is a possibility. You can throw in as many checks as you like just to maximize the queen. But ultimately, after this particular position, there is no more checks for the white king. And now d7 will come, and it's going to be a win. So in the end, he gets there. There was a lot of maneuvering, perhaps some hesitation. But that doesn't matter because it's going to be 1-0 and the only decisive game in the Masters.
But you got to be careful, you know, maybe queen g1. Trying some checks. You cannot go for d7. But in the meantime, you can maybe pick up some pawn if he moves away. Of course, he's going to stay the same. And
No,
you're going to
then you
trade
got
off.
queen g4
Yes.
check, and that's the
So
idea.
he has to stay there.
Yeah.
But can you make that queen g4 happen?
All right,
In
we
a
have a
different
move
way.
on the board.
Let's see.
He's gone for d6.
He has gone for d6.
So we're expecting this line that you're saying queen g6, king f4, queen g1, trying to
Yes.
get. Let's just have
F2.
that on our analysis board. And is there a way for white to force the queens off the board with checks? So queen e6, you played king to h7.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wanted to go queen e6, but maybe queen e8. And now, can I give a check on f7? What am I gaining?
I don't think queen trade is possible as long as he stays there.
All right, so if I go d7, is that a draw?
Let-
Is the first question. By the way, this position has occurred on our board. Is d7 queen takes pawn a draw in that last position? I think that's the big question.
Yes.
Wow.
We can see
Because
how
it's
it
not
is.
going to be easy for
Where is the rule
king
for
to
No,
this
no,
one?
I
slide.
don't like the position of the queen on e7 because then it becomes a sticky king.
Yeah.
Let's give a check on e8 and then play d7.
Oh yeah, that's
but-
that's a different thing. Maybe.
Can you...
Ooh, it's not a different
not
thing.
different.
It's not different at all.
No room,
don't
no
think
check.
it's practical to go into this, guys. You want to minimize the risk of this, and you want to somehow hold on to your f2 pawn and also the pawn on d6.
And I want to explain to everybody and talk about why d7 is a mistake. The problem is that the white king with the queen on e8 never has a bridge. The queen will keep checking the king either diagonally or laterally, and nothing will be able to come in the middle. I don't even think you need to be super careful where you put it. The moment that king goes to the corner, you can give a check on b8, you can give a check on a5. And the problem is that white's queen on the 8th rank is the worst placed piece. You absolutely have no bridge making building abilities with the way the pieces are placed.
No, I completely agree with that. But one of the questions that I had was, can you first improve in the game position if you went queen to g1, which makes the most sense? Can you just improve the position of the queen a little bit?
setting up more centralized on the board.
Yes. So can we go queen e6,
H7
Yeah,
or
bec-
H8.
queen f5, and then what we would need to do, I don't know whether the queen should stay on e6, but I was just thinking go f3.
F3.
Yeah, try to get the queen in the best square possible. And I'll tell you one thing, I've just noticed what would be a huge mistake. So if you were to put your queen on
Queen
e4, yeah.
Let's point
Let's
out queen
can we
e4.
show this
Oh
just
no,
for
no, we
fun?
cannot.
You can
let...
put the queen on g2 and then play
Okay,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Queen e4
Queen e4,
check.
and now
king
d7.
h8,
And now-
d7. You want to
yes.
get to the queen, and
Oh,
suddenly,
dear.
whoa!
And that would be a disaster.
That would be a self-made. I don't think anyone's recovering
Yeah.
if this was to happen
No.
on the board. But it's not going to happen. I think the players will spot this idea. King f4, by the way, played right now. And Mamedyarov is trying to think, what is the sneakiest way to set up tricks in this queen and pawn ending? Queen g1 comes to mind. Queen g2 comes to mind as well. But queen g2 perhaps feels a bit more looser because you might be able to trade the queens off via e4 as well after queen e6, queen e4. I think he's going to go g1 all the way. That reach out for the queen felt like it was going to be a long move.
I think it's going to be queen g2, queen g1. I don't think it really makes too much of a difference. I don't think we're going to be seeing any move that doesn't attack the f2 pawn.
I think queen g2, Jovanka loses on the spot to queen e6 because you either drop h6 or you walk into a forced trade of the queens.
Oh, yes, you do. So queen to g1 is the only move.
Okay,
to
let's show.
keep things alive, as Shaksot's showing that if you play that, whoops, queen g4, game over. And if you go queen d4.
Queen's out of the board, yeah. Not
Down
much to
up
do.
there, trying to
Queen g1.
survive.
Yeah.
Struggling to survive. I don't think survival is possible in this position. But you know what they say, as long as the game goes on, it goes on. Queen g1 played. No trades yet.
Queen g1. As that camera show is. And now the question is what to do. You're going to have to probably allow a few checks because there's no square to get to, which covers the checking squares of f2, g5, h2, c1. That doesn't exist. But I have a question for you. Can you go queen to e3? And then the whole idea is that after queen to g5, the king is going to start working some magic of its own and run and protect the pawn and use it as a shield.
I like that idea. I just feel a bit uncomfortable leaving my d6 pawn weakened, and maybe it's still winning. I'm just wondering if instead of that, with the way the pieces are placed, again, to understand the importance of f3, is f3 a move that white with the pawn on d6, can the king find a hiding space, is my question here. Can we just check it and we'll see whether it reacts, how does it react? It still works. So white...
You want to go all the way back, you know? That's your only spot to...
Oh, not the way front.
Not the way front.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Wow.
So,
by the way, check on e6 played for now.
Okay, slow improving move.
Trying to get the queen as close to the king before taking a decision with any of the pawns. And only move king to h7. You have to defend h6. You have to make sure you don't trade queens right now. So that's the only safe square for the black king.
Yeah. So, decision time. Now, what is going to happen after king h7? How is Shamsuddin going to defend the f2 pawn? And again, just to reinforce, there is some danger for white. You can't get really careless and play, say, for instance, queen e4, check, and then f3, because this would suddenly allow a huge turnaround with the queen coming back to g5.
Oh, wait a second.
Checkmate. Yes, it's just there.
Yeah, I mean, if you notice, today we are getting creative with, you know, white absolutely winning, but trying to create the situation where he's losing. It's not the first checkmate situation. We have seen that on king h4, you know.
Yes, but I will point out that black so far hasn't won a single game in UzChess. You stopped the bleeding today in round 3 with 4 draws already. The only remaining game. And this one, again, it feels like 3 days in a row, all decisive games will be won by white.
Yeah.
That is quite the defining stat of UzChess 2026.
Yeah.
For the first 3 rounds, every single win is by white.
I know. And yesterday, 5 decisive games with the white pieces as well. I can tell you that in the challenges, there's some redemption going on for the black pieces because there were 2 victories there. Both of them were the black pieces. And in the futures, it's still, okay, 1 victory for the black pieces.
So there's a little bit of a consolation prize going on there with the black pieces in the other 2 groups. But in the Masters, no relief for the players playing black. Not a single point, a single conversion of a position shown so far. This is definitely not going to be one of them. King slides over, defends that pawn on h6. And Shamsuddin, he's trying to work it out. I don't think you want to push that F pawn yet. With the queen on e6 undefended, that sticky king situation can very much arrive.
Yeah. And just to kind of demonstrate what the sticky king situation is, it would be, for instance, with the queen going to e5.
Starts with another check.
He does. And he has to slide the king to h8.
All right, king goes to h8. Can I go d7 and hope to hide with my queen? And just say that now that your king is on h8, d8 comes with all kinds of checks.
Okay, well, let's put that on the board. The queen to f5.
King h8 on the board.
King h8.
And now, okay, he says, I'm not rushing. Do not rush is the motto for Shamsuddin. He took his time to play h5. He's taking his time to play d7. He instead goes up the board with his king.
Okay, maybe we can get a full board view of the players. Maybe we can just zone in on the camera as we see the players locked in thought. Here we go. We have it. The king moving up to e5. Now, this is super practical. The queen covers f2. The d6 pawn is also completely secure. And now the question is, Shamsuddin is going to hide his king up on e7. Then the queen can step in for cover. The pawn on d6 can also provide some assistance. But for Mukhidin, it's all about checking. He's going to utilize the concept of pins to stop the advance of the d pawn.
And I like the way that Shamsuddin has handled this. It almost feels like he's done it to perfection. At some moment, the idea of a discovered check on that king on h8 to use the queen as a bridge. If you just try to visualize the white king on f6, the white queen on e5 as a block for a check, and then suddenly you're completely safe. The king on h8 not ideally placed. And while Mamedyarov has been surviving and has been keeping the game going, I think the end is inevitable in this one.
Yep. Well, I do think that we're going to see more resistance, though, from Mukhidin.
Where is it coming from, Ivanka? Because I'm seeing a clear plan. The white king goes to f6. Let's say you check from e1, and I'm going to block on the diagonal with e5.
I completely agree. But there are some things, like, for instance, if the white king were to get to e7, what you can do to prevent the advance of the d pawn is you can start pinning that pawn so that it cannot move forward. And this was something that we saw the world champion Gukesh do against Vincent Keimer in his encounter at Norway Chess. So we're seeing a first up a check. So the white king will get to e7. That's not a question. But the question for Shamsuddin is how he can start to advance the d pawn and do it safely.
That's the thing. Even if you were to achieve all of that, it works to perfection if there's only a single pawn on the board. Yes. Well, guess what? There's another
pawn. Yes, but this is going to prolong the game. This is the way that Mukhidin is going to be fighting to try to survive. As the queen gives another check, now the king is going to step up one more square.
You could also be tempted to put the king on f6.
Also possible.
I want to make an argument for that.
Excellent technique. Because then if the queen comes and checks, you can block at the right time.
Well, immediately I would say queen e5. Takes the pawn, king g6.
King g6. Excellent.
No,
checkmate.
Yes.
Checkmate.
Yes.
Checkmate on g7.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
I wish we can show. Can we show that line?
Yeah.
All right. We will try to bring that up. It is a beautiful sequence of moves. And the fact that Shamsuddin has taken a pause, he might be heading towards the king f6 idea. Trying to... Oh, he does it.
He plays it. We're going to be seeing it, Tanya, in operation. And now when the queen comes to give a check on b2, this is the point. As Tanya's indicated, the queen will block the check because if you take on f2, the king will slide over to the right side and then assist in delivering a checkmate to the black king. That is completely unavoidable.
It is an instant checkmate. It's the kiss of that checkmate on g7 in that line. So queen b2 loses on the spot here to queen e5. You can't give a check from that b2 square. And if you're not doing that, white is already threatening checkmating ideas. The white queen is ready to step onto c8, ready to go to d7 and slide over. Check, check, and mate.
Check, check, and mate. And for Shamsuddin, he's reached that moment where he feels that the win is there. There's always comes a point in chess when you understand that there is nothing that is going to be saving the game. Oh,
Did you
he
see that? He
almost
put it
played
on b2 and then he just slides it back.
No, but he's touched the queen. Got to move the queen. So queen to b2.
It's not going to help the cause. You can go anywhere with the queen right now. The result inevitable for Shamsuddin. You know the relief is there after everything that he went through yesterday. A marathon of a defense. A massive mammoth attempt to hold a very difficult game and had it. Had it, and one move away from the result is when it slipped out of his hands. Finding redemption today against the tournament leader. And what better way to respond to everything that happened in round 2 by Shamsuddin than take down the leader?
Take down the leader. Yes. And for the standings, that means we will have a big shake-up in the standings because we will suddenly see a 3-way tie at the top for Mukhadin. If he loses, it'll be Mukhadin, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Arjun, Erigaisi. They'll all be there on 2 points. But for Shamsuddin, a much-needed comeback win after his devastating loss yesterday.
There's going to be a traffic jam at the top here at UzChess going into round 4. If this was to end in a Shamsuddin win, which feels like it's moments away right now, and as Mukhadin, he's trying to calculate those final few moves. You know, he almost made his decision, put the queen back at the square that it is. There's nothing that can save black now. And he gives a check. Queen e5 is what we're expecting Shamsuddin to go. Block that queen. King pawn ending. Dead lost. Otherwise, you're setting up checkmating ideas. If that queen lands at the center of the board, Yavanka, I'm predicting handshakes. There it is. Queen e5 played.
It's on the board, Tanya. Will we see checkmate being delivered? King to g6, resignation.
And there we have it. At the end of it all, Shamsuddin gets the job done. Nothing to hide here. Nothing to play for black. And for Mamedyarov, he tastes his first defeat here at UzChess, completely shaking up the leaderboard. And now, right at the top, there's a traffic jam.
There's a traffic jam. But what a day of chess. We had 4 relatively calm draws, but this one, well, it exploded in a queen and pawn endgame when Shamsuddin, rather fittingly, just managed to convert that extra pawn to a victory. One decisive game in the Masters. What a day of excitement it's been.
Yeah, it's been quite exciting. And I'm going to tell you one interesting thing, you know. Sometimes it's harder to compete within Uzbek players, you know, within Uzbekistan compared to the world, you know, Europe or somewhere. Because here is the thing. You can be third in Uzbekistan, but you can go to Asian Championship and end up
Still sitting at the board.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's, you know, capitulating and he's, you know, psychologically preparing himself.
But it's like you said, it's much harder to lose to a countrymate, a rival, a friend, because it's painful.
It's especially painful knowing that one single move caused all the damage. G6.
G6, yeah.
That was the one moment that Mamedyarov sitting there was reflecting back at. Had he made any other move on the board in a dead equal position, you hold that every single day of the year. He made the only losing move. And one that he rushed through less than a minute, you said.
Yeah. But I would argue even after G6, you know, was there some hope? He could have given up the pawn more quickly rather than holding it, you know, for a long time.
That is very much true, but they always say mistakes come in pairs, and as we see the empty boards there, what an exciting day. Third round of the UzChess Cup Masters round 3. We had, let's take a look at the results. We had 4 draws, 1 decisive game. That's the one we saw on our screens. Shamsuddin Vachier-Lagrave defeating his countrymate, his friend, Mukhadin Mamedyarov.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's difficult at the end of the day. Wow, but it's been 5 hours of play, and boy, what a queen and pawn endgame. The technique here that was displayed by Shamsuddin was fantastic. Really precise there at the end. He took his time. He gave us all a lesson.
Fantastic stuff all around there. And I have to point out that I think